should be live. Okay. I think we're good. I think it turned my mic down again, but I think we're good. J-Post first! Okay. You're late snoozing. You will, however, have to forgive me while I stuff a bagel into my face, which is similar to a bagel, but with extra steps. Okay, so this month's going to be interesting. Because, like, J-Post, you got the first here, right? That means that so far, everybody is on one. Orchazini, PBS, Lizzie, Seven Sunless Days, Rilu, Cam Steph, Chaunerus, and now J-Post. So, like, after GDC, there's not going to be that many chances to break away from pack. This is going to be a close race. And I'm living for it. Anyway, friends, Watto and welcome. I applaud your fastest fingers, but I gotta say, I barely moved from the go live to here, and J-Post was just like smoking Joe. Aww. Hey. Greybeard, that's a lovely, lovely compliment. Honestly, I was so exhausted yesterday. Like, I really wanted to show off potions more, but like my body crapped out. I think I discovered a new level of tired yesterday that I didn't realize the human body could go to. You know, that little part inside of yourself that's like, I wonder how much more I can take before I just keel over. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm so glad I did good, you know. But yeah, Lance, Jamami, Wolfcrad, Watto and welcome. Coming in, friends, coming in. And again, forgive me while I put some calories in my face, as I haven't eaten yet. Very true, very true. So how are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? I've been rushing around doing GDC stuff all morning, so I haven't checked the hot sheets as closely as I would usually.
No, now our antics will be caught on the VOD.
Haha, indeed, legend! You will be rumbled! What I might ask is future VOD watchers to just write little single number scores like 4 and 7. Essentially make them like the judges in, I don't know, maybe not Eurovision, diving contests. Let's have it over the VOD judges and see what they thought of that introduction. Yes, those sure are numbers. Obviously, I'm responding to this in the past, making this very confusing. Oh, this year's Eurovision is going to be a banger. And Fearless? Who knows? Who knows? Like, it's not been quite the unhinged, like, naught but hunt Willathon that I thought it was going to be. Now, last session, Hindle was saying that there's a particular item I can put on that just makes me fair game for hunting. Which, I mean, hey, that might be the play today. The problem has been is, like, I don't know when to turn that on for maximum amusement, but also, I have a fucking good time with it. So, who knows is the question. I know this is extremely underplanned, even for me, but I don't know. I'm fucking loving this. I don't know how badly I needed an Elden Ring playthrough till we started. So Pretty much, yeah. It is I, Devourer's Sandwich. And puns, Watto and welcome. And do not worry, J-Post was on it like a carb on it. Like, I barely pushed the button and J-Post's like, Poochow! Marty Cade, Caffeine, Pun, Square Peg, Vanderbeest, Watto and welcome! As we careen once more through the lands of Elden Ring. Forgive me if I got a bit of the crazies about me today. It's just been GDC prep plus a million other things, but it's coming together. It's coming together. You know, am I doing better today, or is this a kind of a secret extra adrenal gland just for manic episodes? Who knows? But we are going to be running around Elden Ring and doing several murders. I will say, if someone comes up with a better title for today, I will accept it. I don't know where the Un-Revenginator came from. I think it kind of came from that little part of my brain that's just dedicated to community quotes, like the kick puncher and stuff like that. But yeah, so as I said, I haven't been keeping up with the hot sheets as much today. It doesn't seem like anything massive has gone off, although the new Crypt of the Necro Dancer DLC has dropped, which does include co-op, which sounds pretty nice. Hey!
You know, I could talk a long time about Mesopotamia, but it's through to Babylon.
That joke is old enough to be responsible for the destruction of the Library of Alexandria. Ehrman, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! And thank you for fucking $10, friend. Very, very welcome. God. Obviously I can't go into details and stuff like that, but I had a weird conversation today with one of my consultancy clients, who literally told me, in no uncertain terms, that they were shocked how little I was charging them. So apparently I really am the affordable choice. And Moose, you're right, ain't nothing but an Elden thing. But yeah, Sturdy Kiwi, Ehrman Flowers, all of you, Down Under Dwarf, Watto and welcome, come on in. Maricades, I think I said hello. I hope I did. They didn't say suspiciously affordable. But it's just a very interesting conversation to be having. So over on Game News, I will say the Aftermath article on how Pokemon goes after certain businesses is definitely worth your time. I don't think it's worth us really deconstructing, because it's kind of stuff you know, but it's more of a confirmation. But yeah, our good friends over at Aftermath put up this article about like one of Pokemon's former lawyers and when they make decisions on, you know, intervening and things like that. Considering that every time Nintendo does anything, the amount of misinformation and comments and responses is rampant. So it's nice to have some more concrete info that we can point to and go, no, it's this, which is real good. Once again, I did not lose my shit at people on the internet last night, so, you know, another gold star for Will, but I did start drawing, and I shit you not, the sexy character matrix. So that's something I've been working on. Okay, so the thing that I didn't get mad at was, as you well know, friends, these days there is very much a media farm around outrage, right? And because this outrage farm is so competitive, sometimes people will try and take something and generate false outrage. There's a Chinese game that the trailer dropped yesterday, and it has a very sexualized main character. And but at least from what I've seen, no one has a problem with this. But the drama mills are trying to create a scenario where apparently people are so mad that there'll be a sexy, femme-presenting individual in a video game. But alright, they can have their bizarre straw man nonsense. I was going to yell at them, and I was like, wait a second, that's literally what they're trying to do. But what I started doing was trying to make a way to quantify sexy characters. Aikoa Wato and welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying that. I was enjoying the Hollow Knight crowd control, but I was a bit worried people thought I was just trying to rinse them for cash, which is why I eased off them. Lance, I believe it's Stellar Blade. I believe that's the title. Yes. If you haven't seen the title, friends, Stellar Blade is a middle-of-the-way PS5 hack and slash featuring a very sexualized main character. Oh, sorry, my apologies. It's a Korean company. Well, okay, so this is... Alright, this is what I've been working on. Because so often, whenever conversations about sexy characters come up, it's the same fucking bollocks. It's the same repeated arguments. And whilst this isn't an important one, I thought I would start trying to quantify it. So I came up with the sexy character matrix. So basically, the way it works is you have character agency across here, and you have how sexy the world is from here to here. The idea being is, does the character have agency for their sexiness? And does the world they fit in support that sexiness, right? So Baldur's Gate 3 has a ton of sexy characters in. Baldur's Gate 3's world supports sexy characters. It is not the sexiest world. I'm not quite sure what that would entail, and frankly, I don't think Mr. The Twitch would allow me to extrapolate on that one, right? Then... Oh yeah, no, Lance, the discussion around Stellar Blade was totally neutral, although there was like a big snafu where they accidentally uploaded the entire ass game. Well, so Fearless, that was why I wanted to come up with the Matrix, right? Because so Bayonetta is a sexy character in an unsexy world. However, Bayonetta's agency for their sexiness is incredibly high. Throughout the entire series, Bayonetta is shown to have chosen their own attire, and very much is in ownership of their own agency, right? So whilst the weird, kind of post-apocalyptic, kind of not angel-pocked, semi-modern future doesn't make a real lick of sense. It's very grim, it's very brown. They have agency over themselves, which allows it to fit within the space. You know? So basically on the meta graph, the world isn't very sexy. So hang on, you know what? Let me make a version that you all can actually fucking see. It's paint time, and don't worry, I will be using... and yes, this is important. I also wanted to come up with something that wasn't directly applied around femme presenting butts and boobs, which is where obviously this discussion always comes in. Because you notice we never have this conversation about the dingle dangles. Okay. On screen. Okay. So this is the sexy matrix. Alright, so let's get some chunky lines going. So here we go. Up to down. Oh, you did that on purpose. Okay. Up to down. This is agency. And this is sexy world, right? Actually, we'll make the world green. Okay. So this is our W axis, and this is our A axis. Agency can be orange. All right. So Vanderbeek, this should be an MS Paint. Yes, PVS. This is the low resolution Elden Ring playthrough that everyone has craved. Okay. So, Baldur's Gate 3. The characters in that have a high amount of agency of their character and their character design. Plus, the user can choose their attire, which adds basically like a squidgy up and down in terms of hotness. You know, if you play a very, very straight-laced game, but purchase the, I don't know, the Sexy Beach episode DLC, that is user choice outside of the individual's, outside of the character's domain, right? So, as I was saying, so Baldur's Gate's world is pretty sexy. It's not massively sexy, or I should say, its ability to support sexy characters is quite high, and the character agency is very high. Now again, the squishiness of player choice does remove a slight amount of agency, but yeah. So that puts Baldur's Gate 3 here. BG3. Alright. Bayonetta is an unsexy world, but with high character agency, so our long-legged favourite witch is probably sitting around here. There's no more bees. Let's go Bay, right? So here's where it becomes interesting. Now, so let's take, for example, Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball. Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball is a sexy world. It is a world where you just compete by being hot at the beach. But character agency is very low. There isn't really a choice beyond. Like, to my knowledge, there isn't an in-law universe explanation behind why everybody is at the beach doing beach stuff. It doesn't need to be. And again, this isn't like a justification graph. This is just a visualization. So we have an incredibly sexy world with very little agency. So that puts DOA down here. Well, specifically DOA volleyball. Right? Whereas Dead or Alive itself has even less agency of character designs and is over here, right? So Wolfgrad, you're right, that plays into both agency and sexy world. Oh, Groby, welcome to the sexy character matrix. Instead of getting mad at the internet, I drew this up last night. So I'm trying to think of, like, if we do use Stellar Blade as a semi-example. No. Okay. The sexy graphs are here. Oh, so Crowbeak. A is agency, W is world. That is to say, does the world support sexy characters?
Finally getting a chance to watch whales plotting.
This is what I do when I am spiraling out of control. Now, the reason why I wanted to add things like agency and world is that story beats can affect one's agency, right? Vanderpoo says, do we need to see a preview to understand it? Alrighty, let me... okay. I'll just mute the audio. So this is the... No. Let's see if we can find a more recent launch trailer. 1 month. No, we don't want a gameplay. Pre-order trailer? There we go. Pre-order trailers from a month ago. I don't want 9 minutes of this. Lead Nora. Alright, we'll go for the story trailer, because that is an old video, but it should have at least an understanding what we're going for. MDH was saying that they actually had to explain what a harem game was to their therapist today. That must have been fun. Oh, yes. Well, Krovi was saying Paper Mario would be low on sexy world but high on agency because Princess Peach gets around the flying pan. Yes, and to my understanding, it's Princess Peach's design is very in-fitting with the world, or very in-fitting with her character's agency, right? No, really, you're good. And I am sorry that we didn't do Black Watchman on Saturday. I was so melted. All right, so Sand Sound. This is the Stellar Blade trailer. All right. So already what we're seeing is this is an unsexy world. There's an element of body horror, cyber modification. We've got a post Shining Future apocalypse type sci-fi. So here's our core cast of characters. And again, this isn't a critique of character design, right? It's only in comparison to the other characters involved. So our main lass has, for one, terrible physics on their attire, but is very much a proto-Bayonetta with shiny elements. Fighting what seems to be like body horror cyber monsters. And again, this isn't a critique. I'm not pointing this game and saying, oh my god, look what they've done. But more just to use this as a good example of like understanding how these elements fit together and when they make people uncomfortable and when they make people go, that's pretty fucking good. So at least from what we can tell from the assets that we've just seen, lol, our character doesn't appear to have too much of a narrative agency behind their attire. It appears that they are either a cyborg or an android or something. So the character here, at least from what I've seen, doesn't appear to have anything, that doesn't appear to have had agency over their attire, right? The sidekick lass with the bob was kind of half in, half out, which does create a situation where on the one side we have the generous or dude guy with his whole like street samurai getup fully clothed. We have the sidekick character that's kind of half in, half out. And then we have our main character who doesn't, I don't know, no, okay, Moose, we'll get to that. 2B sits in a magical corner, which I recently discovered, called the Sexy Dissonance, which is a mystical land. But we'll get to that in a second. So from Stellar Blade, the reason why that character feels a bit is because it doesn't feel like there's anything to ground them in the world. Their sexiness is almost like, I don't know, it's just more evocative of like a custom character in a game that's very, very serious. And because our character spends the entire time looking very sad and very pensive, and they have their design is very almost fearful. They don't seem to have a command of the space, which then leads you to feel like, well, for someone that doesn't seem to have that same kind of confidence going for this level of hotness, it's hard to make the pieces fit, right? And again, I played PNO3, I played Bayonetta, I fucking love it. Oh no, we're going to get to Quiet in a second, because Quiet is... Alright, you know what? 2B and Quiet are the fascinating thing, because I want to bring you all to the box. I want to bring you all to the box. Okay? So over here, right down the corner, we have this box. The box of kind of creative dissonance. And this is where it gets interesting. See, 2B and Quiet technically hit the same beats, right? They have little to no agency over their attire. In fact, within the stakes of the universe, Quiet's outfit makes no fucking sense. And believe me, I've played that game more than I care to admit. So that means that in the unsexy world of the Russian invasion of Afghanistan, it's not a sexy time in history. Plus the fact that Quiet has no agency puts him firmly down here, right? So let's get the blue cube, right? So Quiet should be in this box, right? But then think about 2B. 2B is in a post-apocalyptic world, like, that is attempting to heal from a millennia-long war, which is now mostly comprised of rusty robots. However, Jorheim is a organization trying to make the planet safe again for humans that comprises only of sexualized characters. All of the androids are, just one step removed from a very fetish-like design. That is intentional. As you go through Nier Automata, the conversation about what it is to be human, what it is to have agency in that world, is very much core to the themes. When we first encounter 2B, she is nothing more than a tool. She has no agency, and her hypersexualization very much reflects that. By the time you finish Nier Automata, you're like, oh shit, that was part of the message all along. Oh fuck. Yeah. Moves both 2B's agency in universe and
weapons online. All systems.
Hey.
Happy 65-month sub anniversary. Remember that you were loved by us and there's no shame in that. We all lived together.
And Captain Stephanie Barnes. What? Oh, and welcome. We do indeed, friends. We do indeed. Thank you. I'm terrible at taking compliments consistently. Thank you. However, 2B's lack of agency is very much into the themes. And what's fascinating is that 2B's agency completely changes throughout. So it essentially, within this box, is a juxtaposition of world and agency that can be used very, very well. Where the character is a stark difference to the world they're in. However, once you're in this box, it becomes all about narrative, right? So 2B is definitely down here, right? But when you finish Nier Automata, 2B's up here. I mean, you could argue the world gets less sexy, but... So, throughout the course of it, the art justifies the origins. And that's also why, like, I'm not going to point to Stellar Blade and go, ugh. Because who knows, by the end of it, there could be some incredible revelation that makes it all make sense. You know, it had this weird, like, body horror, but with Buddhist overtones for the other characters and character designs. And, you know, I'm not going to throw it down a well. But I think this is a good place to start looking at this. Because if you take, like, what was it? The Max Gentleman's Sexy Gentleman game. You know, that would fit real nicely over here in a world that supports sexy characters and characters that have sexy agency, right? Well, so Lance, we should look at the entirety of the art. Now, there are some, I guess there should be some ground rules for this kind of discussion, which is like, sexiness as a narrative device, I think, is valid. Quiet never has a reason for their level of sexiness. And, okay, I know that what we're given is, oh, she breathes through her skin. It's like, okay, fuck off. No, she doesn't. We've already had plant characters.
Wait, is that to be or not to be? Yes, that's the question.
So, at no point... Sorry, Kakazi said they looked up Stellar Gale instead of Stellar Blade. I did that myself. And puns. Thank you for the bits. To be or not to be? That is Nier Automata. I mean, fuck me if that... Considering the Shakespeare skits inside of Nier Automata, it wouldn't surprise me if that's the whole fucking reference, you know? Yeah, Stellar Gale shouldn't be on the sexyometer. That does look kind of fascinating. Huh. Stellar Gale, Trials of Fate. Oh shit, that looks really interesting. Alright, that's going on the board. That for later. Good find. Jumping back. So on Quiet's inability to speak, I mean, one can comment on that until the cows come home, but that does come with like a narrative conceit, right? Which is reflected in the game's mechanics and the story. Quiet's whole, I have to breathe through my skin, yeah, fuck off. Firstly, Quiet's not the first plant character in the Metal Gear Solid franchise, and don't try and pull that nonsense. We also, if we take the metatext into consideration, you know, good old Mr. the Kojima has no qualms in just having sexy characters for no fucking reason. And again, I'm not dissing, I'm just saying that Quiet sits in the absolute box. At no point during Metal Gear Solid 5 is it justified. So Crowbeak, honestly, you'd be the kind of person I'd ask about that. I can only really talk about this in terms of video games because, you know, that's the medium I understand the best. And agency in linear media is not really agency as... It's more intent and how that intent is reflected in the text, right? In this, the player does play a part in it. So, for example, Lost Flower says, where do I put the Monster Hunter sexy female armor? In current generations, Monster Hunter's kind of like the weak sauce. So I'd put MH about here. The world doesn't really support, but could kind of, you know, the idea that you want to stay nimble and quiet while fighting certain nimble, quiet monsters. You could be like, okay. and like predominantly it is the user's choice. And Capcom have been a lot better about, you know, a sexy outfit. The sexy outfits have become more ubiquitous. So the unicorn armor is, you know, it's tight pants and chaps for everybody now. So there have been some changes. Well, so Crowbeak, and again, you're the person I would ask, but like in Metal Gear Solid and in Nier, the character's agency behind their clothes and how their attire and their design and how they fit into the world. See, 2B has no agency over her attire. That is the Jorheim uniform. Now, the justification behind it, and by the end of it, 2B has agency. I think, like, that's what changes the agency graphs. But fuck. If you haven't played through Nier Automata, 1, it's an incredible hack and slash. You'll have a great time. And 2, it is so clever. I still love the fact that Yoko Taro beforehand was like, no, I just like women in sexy outfits. I just want to see some butts and some thighs. Love me some of the boba. And by the end of it, you're like, you bastard, you lied to me. Whereas Kojima's like, oh, well, the meaning behind Quiet was I wanted to have cosplayers doing stuff and things. Fuck off. Fuck off. Okay, just, you know what? Let's not go on Quiet unless you want me to rant. Again, you don't understand how much of Metal Gear Solid 5 I played. But so within the gaming space, the other thing that I talked about early on was that anything involving user choice changes the level of agency to be more squishy, right? So, as I said, with old Bayonetta, it's an unsexy world, but Bayonetta is bringing that thunder. And it is very clearly represented in the text that Bayonetta has agency over their attire. They like dressing up in, you know, varying cosplay and outfits and what have you. As a character, they chose what they are wearing. And that gives them a strong agency. But Kestrel, I wish I was that clever. I wish this was the lead up to me just running around with my bum out in Elden Ring. Yeah, this is in this video essay I will justify having my bum hanging out for Elden Ring. And actually, I did spend a large proportion of the last stream stalkers in Elden Ring, so... Anyway, I don't know. This was something that struck me in terms of how we can describe sexy characters in their worlds and how they work. I mean, if it is a smut game, if the goal is the delivery of sexy characters, their agency in as it pertains to the world... Excuse me. Their agency as it pertains to the world makes sense. Sorry, the world makes sense, but their agency may not. Sorry, when my headphones fell down my shirt and I couldn't work out what it was. But anyway, this was what I did yesterday instead of getting mad on the internet. It's a very important thing to remember right now that currently the social media landscape is skewed towards get mad about shit. I know you all know this, but I understand with the whole stuff around Sweet Baby and other things going on, like the general social media landscape wants us to be mad about stuff. There are a large number of people that make money by us getting mad. And so someone being like, oh, you should never have sexy characters in video games, it's not a real take that anyone has put forward. But by Jove, the drama mill's going to turn it into one. You know, someone that I respect very, very highly has been giving me kind of like the skinny on the Sweet Baby Inc. situation and how that it is a situation right now that absolutely needs no oxygen. So Landmaster fighting game characters would be a hell of a discussion, because I mean, hell, if you've got enough coffee, we can talk about that. And again, so PVS and peeps just want to keep it to video games, all right? And the Buffy the Vampire Slayer video game is a top-down twin-stick shooter. It's very strange. But so with the origins of a character like Chun-Li was designed to look like what you would expect a Chinese person to look like, right? But over iterations and over time, Chun-Li's look has become so iconic as to supersede the origins. And, you know, over the years, she's been given far more autonomy around the theme. So, like, if we're looking at Chun-Li's design in Street Fighter 6, her agency is high, and because of the madcap, wacky world, like, no one would say the Street Fighter world is particularly sexy, but it does support it. Now, so Crowbeak, this is where both narrative and design come in together. See, if Quiet was part of a squad of people that breathe through their skin, including a bunch of, you know, varying mask-presenting folks in thongs, at that point, their agency is really defined by the narrative, rather than being like the single femme-presenting character. And again, please stop me if I start talking about Wanted Dead, because God, I want to. But anyway, in a previous game, however, one of the air-quote villain groups was the Beauty and the Beast unit, a group of, I believe they were all modelled after idol singers, all of them having suffered varying forms of trauma, and their trauma reflected in their weird, sexy cyborg maneuvers, who can then be photographed in varying lounge poses as part of a fun minigame. Right? Like, if we're going from the meta text on this one, we can't infer any intent from the creator in a good faith scenario. Well, so Earthman Dave, that's where I think this graph comes into effect, is that this would allow to review from things that aren't super heteronormative. Now, obviously, video games have been very, very heteronormative from decades, and while we have a really, really good burgeoning indie scene of queer representation, it's still pretty straight out there. But we're working on it. But so, like, if we took kind of a different, you know, brown-grey military shooter, and we just had one guy who has nothing but a posing pouch and a couple of pieces of tape as part of that character's design, it would still smack of a lack of agency on that character's part, and whether or not the world supported that sexiness. Anyway, so yeah, so this is what I've come together. And yeah, and Shaunerus, I think Dragon's Crown got hit at a bad time. Like, we were so overwhelmed with... that's a sexy character alarm. We were so overwhelmed with, you know, that post-90s, early 2000s setup where there'd be a cast of characters and one lass with a bap sow. that I think when Dragon's Crown dropped, it was right at the tail end of everyone being like, oh, come on. If you haven't seen the Dragon's Crown design, they are so over the top as to be cartoonish. But you're right that when it comes to Dragon's Crown, every character is a ridiculous overstatement of their archetype. And what was actually very funny is while I was checking my feed this morning, I saw one which was people being like, oh, for Unicorn Fight Club or whatever it's called, I see they're going for that Lady Demetresu money by adding the big, tall, femme muscle character. I'm like, children, you weren't there for Odin's Sphere. You weren't there for Dragon's Crown. Don't even try and tell me what you think about Vanillaware designs. Oh yeah, Chonorus, yeah. Unicorn Overlord has femme-presenting gladiators. And their designs are very, very in keeping with the world, right? There doesn't, at least from what I've seen, there isn't an overt sexualization of the character design outside of the world as it fits. But it is very funny that the dialogue addresses the fact that people are thirsty for the big, tall, badass ladies. So that's fun. And again, I'm keeping it to video games, friends. I'm keeping it to video games. You'll want to talk about boobies in anime and manga? That's a fight somebody else can take up. That's somebody else's battle. I'm just in video games here, right? But yeah, so this is my graph. I don't know if it helps. The other thing I did want to say about the red box of chaos is that you can put designs in there that are so out of place that they can end up resulting in something that is interesting. I'm trying to remember the name of it, but there was a game about a kind of stealth android that is a buxom, femme-presenting android with no face and a gigantic booty that was published by Humble, I think. I'd have to check the details. But it's so out of place. The character is so wrong. Heidi, there we go. That it almost comes back around. It's almost like the Gandhi problem, that the character works because it's so far beyond. So that's where this little red box of chaos gets interesting. Now, ultimately, if you ever have to use this as a way of thinking, it's that the closer the characters are in the agency of how hot they are to how well the world supports their hotness, that's where you find that Baldur's Gate 3 sweet spot, right? You know, you want to be up in this top right quadrant. Lagmeister was in the lower quadrant, but is not out there enough to make an actual point, aside from things that Hideo Kojima has done. Oh, come on, brain. You know this. There's tons of examples. What's a good modern example? Oh, fuck, what's a good modern example? Because weirdly, the one that strikes me is it was a third-person shooter from the OG Xbox era that had like a lizard, a fight man, and then for some reason just a sexy lass. Kaolu, sexy people. Okay, sexy character designs in video games. Lance says, what about the Soviet ballerina twin robots? They definitely hit close to the red box context. Like, I mean, they're skirting the line because they're very uncomfortable And when you first encounter them, they just seem like sexualized set dressing. When you find out more about them, it's kind of worse. Okay, so Kaolu. The axis is down to up is agency. How much agency does this character have in the world? Or how much agency do they have over their sexiness? The green line is the world. Does the world support sexiness? How sexy is the world? Now, PVS, I said we weren't going to talk about Wanted Dead. I said we weren't going to talk about Wanted Dead. Because Wanted Dead does fit, but it doesn't, but it does. Wanted Dead is one of the few paradoxical titles. Legend, Brute Forces, thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to bring up this is Brute Forces. This is Brute Force. Sorry, Brute Force here. But that is very much an example of that kind of heteronormative fuckery that we got throughout the 2000s. I mean, the 90s and the 2000s. I mean, shit, all you gotta look at is any box art for any graphics card that came out in the 90s. I'm just trying to think of a good modern example, but we've been focusing so much on decent titles recently that my brain's drawing a blank. Lance, I'm trying. PVS set me up there. It was an ambush. Kaolu says, can I throw in most of the cast of Hades? Fuck yeah, you can. Do the characters have agency over their attire? Yes. Are they in a world that supports their hotness? Fuck yes. They're Greek gods. Like, pitter patter, let's get at her. Right? Like, Hades is the big H in the top corner, you know what I'm saying? So Ada Wong's an interesting one, right? Ada Wong is in a world that does not support sexy characters, like, at all. In terms of Ada Wong, when we first encounter her, in the kind of the Chinese assassin dress, very evocative of like Bond stuff. And throughout the course of both Resident Evils 2 and 4, Ada Wong has a ton of agency. In 4 Remake, they actually give her an outfit that she would wear to a cold, rainy-ass part of Europe. With Tomb Raider, the amount of agency that it feels like Laura has changes throughout the series. But if we're going for like Tomb Raider 1, Tomb Raider 2, again, loads of agency in the character, in a mostly unsexy environment. I mean, whether or not you find dinosaurs and fighting them to be hot, I mean, that's a situation. But if we just looked at like Tomb Raider 1, Tomb Raider 2, you know, wearing shorts and tank top when you're in a self-contained underground jungle makes a lot of sense. And Laura does have other reasonable outfits. It's not until we get later on in the series. I'll be honest with you, like myself, I've not played through enough of Sons of the Forest to be able to even tell you who that character is. But yeah, so Lara I would put probably about here on the agency to hotness scale. That's our Lara Croft. And Ada Wong. So Ada Wong there. But again, it gets a bit wibbly because with character redesigns, they can give us more context. So like little things like, you know, Tifa's sports bra in the remakes, stuff like that. Things that just a little bit of context can change everything. Again, it's not a hard and fast formula. Yeah, and you're right, PBS, it's not a sexy environment, but it's an environment that supports hotness. You know what? Let's go for some smooth jams, because I don't know if you've noticed, but I have the crazy eyes today. Do you find dinosaurs hot? Sir, that's a very personal question. Yeah. Well, the other thing that's worth taking away from this is that with social media just generally being a complete and absolute, fuck show at the moment.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
The discourse...
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho?
What ho indeed, Ishkar. What ho indeed. And yeah, no, numbers. Tifa's remake outfit absolutely fucking owns. It's so good. Because it takes the core of what was a very 90s character design and goes, alright, if this person actually did, what would, it treats Tifa with a thought and care that makes a whole bunch of sense. It shows that she's got agency of her attire and of her personage in the space. And her outfit fits within the world. So, Tifa's not quite in Hades territory, but Tifa's definitely here. I'd say Tifa's right about here. So yeah. Anyway, like I said, if you take anything away from this, it's just I think this is a good way to start placing characters, to think about where they fit in the world and why some characters make us really uncomfortable. And I think this is something that can be applied to the full spectrum of different characters. You know what, PVS, we probably should call it the Kojima box. We should. He knows why he's in there. And okay, last thing about Wanted Dead. If you didn't know this, this is one of my favourite facts. That the most notable voice actor on Wanted Dead is the lass who played Quiet, who is famous for playing a character that doesn't get the opportunity to speak. You can't tell me that was an unintentional choice. So yeah. I feel like as we've been making this diagram, I haven't spent a lot of time with games that stray too far into the lack of agency, lack of world. And I think it's because we've been playing good games, And Air Dragon, Wato and welcome. Alright, last time. Instead of getting mad about people trying to generate fake outrage on the internet, I made this last night, and this is the sexy character matrix. And what this does is it allows you to analyze how a character fits into their world, and when it's alright to have the hot sexiness and the bad times. So the TLDR is the middle, up to down is agency. How much agency does a character have in their world in relation to either their outfit or their sexiness? And the line across, that's the world. Does the world support sexy characters? Yeah. Well, I think Growbeak, a lot of us have been spending a lot of our gaming time trying to get away from those terrible stinkers. I know they're out there. But I realise I don't spend any time. Okay, the 2B line is an interesting one because 2B's character design starts inside the Kojima penalty box. However, once you play through Nier Automata, you realise that was an intentional choice that says something, right? That the world doesn't support a sexy character and 2B doesn't have any agency.
And by the time you finish Nier Automata, those two parts of 2B's character design very much come into the story, right? So it's possible for characters to start in the box and come on out. And it's something that Yoko Taro has attempted to do several times. Like, sadly, Kanye from Nier doesn't quite get the same journey. Is it Kanye? I always pronounce it wrong. That character is supposed to be a juxtaposition, but the juxtaposition is never really thrown through. Drakengard 3. Pointlessly sexy characters in an unsexy world that never makes sense. Look, I think regardless of what you've got as your downstairs mix-up, you can appreciate the fact that you don't want to be riding a gigantic scaled beast with very little between you and those scales. Regardless of what you got, like, south of the belly button, that's going to get fucking annihilated by dragons doing loops and stuff. And not in a fun way. Drakengard 3 broke my heart, and I'm still mad about it. Alright? Still mad about it. So, I was so excited for it. I felt like I was one of, like, the 3 people that played Drakengard. And then when Nier came out, finding out they're in the same universe, I was like, yo! Drakengard 3? That's gonna be a back... No. Fucking terrible. Still mad. So, Kaini... Okay, well, Kaini... Drakengard 3, the sideshow. Yeah, Drakengard 3 sits in the penalty... It sits right in that penalty box with nothing else. But with Kaini, the idea was to create a character that was a juxtaposition, right? And Yoko Taro has talked about this, like, you were supposed to look at that character and go, ooh, at least from a, if you like, femme-presenting folk standpoint. And then they're incredibly violent and foul-mouthed and vicious. Like, it was supposed to kind of make you do like a little double take. But, yeah. You know what? There's another character that I don't have the spoons to unpack in its entirety. And, you know, like, anything that comes to any kind of, like, trans representation in video games is not a topic that I can speak on with any authority. So I'm not avoiding it because I'm trying to avoid, you know, an interesting discussion, but more because, like, that's a whole other kettle of monkeys that, you know, we've got loads of cool trans friendos that I should invite on if we ever want to do, like, a proper deconstruction of that. But, yeah. Lance, Mary Jane from the Spider-Man Insomniac franchise. Mary Jane's got agency, that's for sure. Does the world support it? It is quite funny that Mary Jane's character design is, yeah, regular person in a regular world. And then, you know, I don't want to spoil stuff, but it does crack me up. But yeah, I think those are my thoughts as I had them. Welcome to the Sexy Matrix. If this helps you in, like, video game discussion, or just to wail on Hideo Kojima a bit, like, let's fucking go. And yes, I do have a problem with Fragile as well, but that's another story. Not as much as Quiet, but... Okay, look, it's just that in Death Stranding, Hideo Kojima felt that the biggest curse that could be bestilled upon a woman is for them to be old. Do you know what people get? Old. It's a thing that happens to us all. But oh my word. My skin, my hands, they're old people hands. I'm looking at you, Kojima. I'm looking at you! And I love those games. Okay, this isn't news for any of you lot, but I think the other thing that's worth stating is that, you know, even with games that you love, it's entirely fine to give it the proper deconstruction. What was that? Hang on a second. Dogs making sus noises. What are you up to, Missy? Stop turning. I fucking heard her. She tried to get in your bin 2 seconds after you left, by the way. All good, friends, all good. Sorry about that. Oh, J-Post, thank you. Kaolu says, where would you put Kratos in the context of new God of War series? Okay. Great. Kratos is a good example because, I mean, dude's been running around in basically a skirt and thong for, since the PlayStation 2 era. And Kratos is someone who his world supports his attire. And obviously he's a very, very stereotypical character designy version of a Spartan warrior, but Spartan warriors, they had a lot hanging out. It would be more accurate if he was Starkers, but Kratos' design fits his world, and he has agency over that. In New Dad of War, In New Dad of War, I actually think Kratos has slightly less agency, because if his goal was to pretend to be a mortal man, he'd probably put a fucking shirt on. Oh, it is so cold here in this ice realm. Boy, I sure do feel this cold like mortal people. But that's my humble opinion. Like, I got no beef with it. Okay, so friends, let's get into some Elden Ring. We don't need to save the Matrix, you can have it for later. Oh no, Discord, whatever will you do? Sadly, there's nothing interesting on my desktop apart from 7 DX Diags and all my Opus Magnum setups. Just very, very quickly, in terms of video game news, Sea of Stars has multiplayer co-op on the way, which will be fecking brilliant. And also, if you want to shit on Jeff Keighley some, apparently Jeff Keighley is fine talking about layoffs in the games industry when his mate is launching a fucking recruitment site. Like, just remember, friends, it's not punching down if it's on Keighley. Wouldn't say fucking boo to a ghost at the Game Awards because Epic was one of the big sponsors and they were just about to lay off a fuckload of people. But no, now his mate's got some cash. And fuck off. Fuck off. I mean, that's not really here nor there, it's just... also, just as an FYI, Discord are planning to open up the pit for game devs. So I don't know how complex it is going to be to make games for Discord, but we've definitely enjoyed some of the ones we've played, and if any of you have the interest to start looking into it, they're going to be adding new dev tools. Yeah, Keighley can go in the fucking Kojima box. Lag says, next week, can we get a sexy chart on mechs? You know what? So, Lagmeister, I'd love to do a grid on mechs. Because I've been... Alright. You've activated my trap card! Let me get Elden Ring started whilst I'm ranting. So basically, the mech genre is a fascinating one because it is simultaneously a gameplay genre and a thematic genre, right? Giant robots feature in games that aren't mech games, but they have mech designs. Whereas there are games that are giant robot games where that is simultaneously its design and its thematic, right? So, like, hardcore mecha. I'm always a little uncomfortable using mecha as a shorthand. I know it's the Japanese shorthand, but, you know, it makes Google searches real weird. And it is, you know, the robots are mechs. It is a mech game. Plus, the kind of people that are super pedantic about the genre being mecha are the kind of people I love pissing off, so... But anyway, so Hardcore Mecha literally has mechs in the title, it has mechs in the story, it's front and center. So here's the page for it, right? Actually, whilst we're in Natter mode, I promise we'll get into Elden Ring in just a second. So let me bring this back, because I have played this one. So look at this, big stompy robots, daka daka daka. Let's fucking go! Oh no! Poor people! And the peoples and the stuff! Oh, these bad guys and they're taking over. Send in the cool kids! Well, so Ishka, it's actually quite funny that even in Japan, they have to be very careful about what robots are called. You can't just call them mechs, because I guess somebody's got the copyright on that. That's why every show has a different name. You know, mobile suits, armored frames, I don't fucking know. But yeah, so this game is called Hardcore Mecha. What it is a platform brawler. Thematically, it's about robots, but it is not a robot game. And this is where it gets interesting, right? You know, there are loads of games feature fighting, but are not fighting games. A fighting game is a very specific, like, mech games. Yeah. And I just thought this was a really, really interesting example of. This game is fine, by the way. Like, if you desperately need a platformer with cool mech designs and a really fucking cheesy story, you could do worse. But ultimately, I kind of dabbled with it for a few hours and was just bored. Another interesting one is the difference between, say, like MechWarrior 5 and Shogu Mobile Armor Division. Like, both are first-person games, both are mech games, but to play them, Shogu Mobile Armor Division is an FPS. Both the little man sections and the robot sections play like an FPS. MechWarrior 5, you play as a big chunky stumpy robot. I mean, hell, Wolfstride has been one of my favourite games of recent memory, and that's a visual novel with a turn-based combat system. Okay, yeah, no, that's gonna keep going. Okay. Okay, so let's get this mobile feast underway, because I've been just jonesing to play more Elden Ring with you all. Like, no joke, friends. Should be getting to it. Yeah, and I've got the kill count already on screen. And yeah, so Dice Goddess, I fucking love that. As a kid, I was obsessed with 2D mech platformers. And I was always enamored with the concept of how one could do scale. And they used the spine animation so well. But ultimately, unfortunately, the game's very boring. I don't know, maybe it picks up later on. Maybe I needed to give it more time or something like that, but we never made it to the point. I never made it to the point where Hardcore Mecha lived up to either its hardcore or its mega status, you know? Ah, it's the Dingle Bell. Okay, so when we last left our hero, I gotten a fanciful sword, I dueled an obnoxious guy in here, and I believe we were on the trail of helping... we were trying to avoid going to a specific point, because once we do, we can't help Roger, something along those lines. We'd made it as far up as the converted tower and the minor entry, and then we'd kind of come back on down around. I haven't done much in the Redlands, and apparently it's a bit of a meme to rush in to grab the gut sword, which I currently have, but is a little bit heavy for me, so I need to do some more push-ups. As it currently stands, we just finished the strange folk, the fringe folks' graveyard beforehand, and I had some intentions to wail on some of the walking carriages that were around this way. But yeah, so, like, Dice Goddess, money no question, I would love to do something in the same vein as Hardcore Mecha, in terms of its, like, character design and that kind of, like, massively scaling, like, 2D style setup. No, but Lagmeister, a last time on Elden Ring wouldn't hurt too much. And so throughout all of this, I still haven't seen the next. So I assume if I follow these torches through the leaky lake, that's going to take us towards the next big ring. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to blink over here, because there were some bastards I hadn't murdered here, and you know, we could go down into the underworld. I'm feeling pretty beefy. But I believe so far we've cleared all the Evergoals that we've encountered. Because I have been keeping up with my map markings. Except for that. Did I already beat that? Well, you know what? Let's go there. We'll have a trundle around. Because yeah, I could go fight in the underworld. I'm feeling strong. I'm feeling good about myself. What's up, buddy?
It's you again. Always a pleasure. Care to purchase anything?
We got all the goodies we need.
Goodbye for now.
It's going to take me a little while before I can say goodbye to this sword, just for its anime bullshit, but God, I love it. I did, because I saw a Kojima mention, I do want to say that while I am incredibly hard on this stuff, it is because, like, one, we should never elevate individuals to the point of, like, genius auteurs. You know, people are people, right? Everyone is a mix of good and bad, and a lot of Hideo Kojima's success has kind of come down to luck, but some of it has been, like, because of his position, he's been able to focus on the kind of things that no one else can. You know, sorry dear, I'm hungry. Watch out! You're my lunch. Like, there's a lot of things that he does in the Metal Gear Solid franchise and in Death Stranding, which ultimately no one else does. You know, we've been talking a lot about the failings of AAA recently, and let's be honest, like, with the budgets that teams like Activision throw around, they could be making games just as good. But But ultimately, the quest for ever-increasing for ever increasing budgets, for ever increasing need to make a squillion dollars, they're just not. And yeah, no, Legend, you're entirely correct that having a celebrity status does not make you good. Like, oh, I think we beat this area. Yeah, we fought the puppy queen, the shit werewolf queen. Sorry, not dogs, shit werewolves. Like, honestly, I don't know why we keep having to hear about Cliffy B's opinions on things. I'm so done with that. Okay, let's get Kazar going. Let's see if we can find those carriages while we're having a natter. I don't know. I believe they were down this way across some of the areas. But, no, I understand why we have named characters in video games, right? Like, video games are such a personal medium in that when they're good, they resonate with you at such a personal level. Because it's not something that you've witnessed, it's something that you've experienced, that you've lived through, right? But there's something that it does that other mediums just can't. The hell? Use the bird's eye telescope? Fuck yeah. That's fucking cool! Holy shit, that's cool! I'm taking so many screenshots. Dear all of my thumbnails for the next few VODs. Fuck yeah. I didn't even know those were a thing! Oh, that's fucking cool. But, sorry, jumping back, it's just that when we love video games, it can be very, very difficult to express that because you can't just say, thank you, Dave Video Game. It is also why individuals like Toby Fox and, you know, people that have made video games and are known can become very obsessed over it, let's be honest. But ultimately, when we encounter huge games like this, there's a part of us as people, I don't know, it's probably built into the core of us somewhere, that wants to be able to just thank an person. We want to be able to express the emotions we feel playing these things to people. Oh shit, that's what that is! Nice. Well, thank you for not spoiling that reveal. Childress was saying that those are little, like, those are marked on the map. Love that. Oh, you did not just. You're not going to stand for that, Kazar. Yeah, on your bike, son. On your bike. Okay, so we're looking out for that big old bloody carriage. And I guess murdering anybody that stands in our way. Like this guy. What's up, nerd? No, Legend. He had raisins for my horse. He just didn't know it yet. Alright, there's the carriage. It's time for some highway robbery! But yeah, like I said, I understand why we put people on a pedestal. I understand why we as game users want there to be people to celebrate, you know? Oh. Just hamstring him. Oh man. This would be funny if it weren't so sad. Oi! Sorry, Kazal. Now to deal with the last of them. Oh, you kids are very brave. Pillageable corpses. Oh, look, and they were so kind. Sup, nerd. Next contestant, please. Here we have Dave from Littlehampton. Come on down, Dave! Yeah, sound your bloody horn, mate. Oh! He toots, and he does not win. You gonna doot for me? You gonna doot? Yeah, you give it that good doot, mate. Jackson's like, you don't need to kill them. I would beg to differ. You want some of this? Oh, he does. Away! Away! Hey, I trained at Bloodborne University. Oh, we got a Duta. Just grab my goodies. I'm not bullying skeletons. I'm bullying malnourished idiots. There's a difference. Man, he dooted and no one came to help him. That one I feel bad about. Okay. Hoppa. It's just a packet of skills. Ooh, a great axe. It's better than a regular axe. Slightly better strength scaling. Alright, let's have a look. Special power. Get mad about stuff! Dovahkiin. Da-da-da, 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 ba-da-da, ba-da-da. Gonna break this guy's butt. Ha-ha! Sup, nerds. You better run! Oh, I am missing some left to right swingage, though. Oh! Man, his kidneys just filed for divorce. And I just served. Am I the baddie? Okay, so that's one carriage. I think there's one more. Might as well top up. I gotta admit, this is definitely a fucking vibe. Oh yeah, no, so the thing I was just trying to say was, like, it is entirely okay to completely deconstruct somebody's games and also love them. I love Metal Gear Solid 5. I was a little sad that you all didn't want to do a playthrough of that one, which is fine. Hey, like, I completely understand. But also, to play Metal Gear Solid 5 from the start, I need to actually pick it up on a new, fresh Steam account, because I've got all of my unlocks. When we logged in to play it again, I had more resources than sense. So it did mean that we were only really playing it through for the narrative, and gods, there are some narrative beats in Metal Gear Solid 5 that can just eat farts. The fact that Code Talker gives you the most exposition of any character, and yet talks the fucking slowest. Oi! Excuse me, I was mid-sentence! Oh, you're gonna regret that. Bastard. Lagmeister says, a reminder on the AW chart, legally distinct Timothy Chalamet and Liza P. So, legally distinct Timothy Chalamet kind of sits close to the red box, but in a good way. Much like other characters. And this is one of the few times where I'm not going to just engage on, like, mental agency, but the fact that their character has this very, very, you know, beautiful twink aesthetic in a world that is grubby and dirty and, you know, destroyed and disheveled makes the character stand out. Their entire vibe is to be the odd one out, essentially. So it's one of those where it does fit within the world, but it could very easily have not. And unfortunately, it does put us in the are they a vampire discussion, which I always hate. And again, this is why I'm only focusing on video games, because you start talking about anime and then, yeah, you gotta unpack a lot of bad shit real quick. Where's the other carriage? I think it's up this way, isn't it? Oh shit, we've got the Weirdo's Garden as well. Check that out. Oh, and PBS, the current Willamette level is 48. This game I have become obsessed with, and it has gotten away from me. Lance can hear the Timothy Chalamet alarm in the background. Weep, whoop, weep, whoop. No, the Timothy Chalamet alarm. Timothy Chalamet alarm. Oh yeah, no, Jax, like, Liza P is a very, very good game. And what's interesting is that its weirdo cousin, Steel Rising, also has a similar kind of character with no agency but fits the world. That's meant to be like a, you know, a French ballet. No, focus on the big one, sir, sir. Oh, I need to roar for this. I can't be poisoned! I'm too busy yelling! Now I'm stinky. Oh my god. No more poison. Nip, nip, nip. Sorry. Ooh, immunizing cured meat. That seems useful. I am too angry to die. Welcome to Elden Ring. But no, both Liza P and Steel Rising do very, very interesting things. Because it is... Little faux Pinocchio's character design does fit within the world. Like, you can see the creepy aristocracy of it kind of creating him. With Steel Rising, the character is a lot more mechanical. But again, their overly feminine design fits in this like time of French opulence. So again, it is a situation where while the character does not have agency, it fits. I guess the world makes it make sense. Alright, well, whoever's in here is either about to get wrecked or about to break the ice. Oh, fuck! I forgot that I explode! On it! Okay, so my berserker rush can get interrupted. But this guy's toast. Hadouken! Good work, puppies! Boosh. Enemy felled. Back of the net. I'll light this grace. Let's see what we got over here. Oh! Fucking hello!
Tarnished, are we? No wonder you should turn up here. I am Selen, a sorcerer, quite plainly. Why are you here?
Isn't that the lass from Art Attack?
Ah, a yen for glintstone sorceries. I dare say your proclivities are far from ideal. Oh,
Man, that's
perhaps
very
some nature
personal.
will defy nature, with a bit of luck. But one must choose one's masters wisely. I was exiled from the Academy of Rea Lucaria as a reviled, apostate witch. Do you still wish to learn from me?
That is in fact Neil Buchanan. Fuck yeah, I want to learn shit.
Well, you are a piece of
Excuse me, mate.
Very well.
Crow
You are
face.
now my protégé
Not
in
Crow beak,
glintstone
obviously.
sorcery. But I refuse to coddle or cast kind words. Never. Anticipate grievances, young apprentice.
Okay, study sorcery. What have you got? Some fancy fun stuff. A glintstone pebble. And I don't think I have a scroll to give them, do I? Or should I? Is more the question. Ah, you... yes, I will look and think on this. Oh, yes, I will. Thank you. Alright. Well, we can have a little sleepy sleep. And I can swap my potion out from fucking exploding. The only reason I didn't blow my own ruddy boobs off there is because it was going through the fog wall. I will not cast kind words. You're not a very good wizard, are you? Okay. Alright, I want punch-in, physical strength, and I don't need faith. Enhanced charged attack. Significantly negates damage. And I'll take that stamina boost again. So, oh no, you know what? We don't really tend to run out of stamina. We'll go for that charged attack. Hunter, I don't think I've met a turtle I can talk to yet, so I got that to look forward to. Okay, so Ashes of War, Axe, Sweep, Down Slam. Ooh, Keen Great Axe. Ooh. The Sweep might be good. Wild Strikes could be great. And all of these boost my strength. man, why would I want to take off my cool cape? Alright, let's see what this does. Haha! That's fucking cool. The turtle's more reliable in the long run. What you did there, Jax, I saw. Ah, right. Oh, fuck off. Okay, so that's the place we already robbed, right? Yeah, so they're already that's already open. So I don't really have to worry too much about robbing them. And that is a great big cliff. Ain't that for us? So yeah, I guess that's the question is, alright, where to next? We can head to trickier swamps, we can cause problems. I don't think I have anything else to add on the Hideo Kojima front. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what he's putting together in the coming years, because like his team previously was putting together one title. Now it's two. And I guess he has been prototyping the horror game for some time. It turns out that a bunch of stuff about the Jordan Peele project actually leaked ages back, but we didn't know because, you know, there was... Oh my god, no way to know. Seriously? Alright, let's fucking go! That's actually not very good. You're fun, Big Axe, but... I mean, I know where my heart lies. Yeah, look at that sweep. And the Gooper Stomp! Ah! Yeah. Alright. Look, just you gotta remember, Teen Will watching that first series of Berserk. It's just that axe is fucking cool, it just doesn't have a lot of reach. And it's just straight down the middle. So, like, who knows? What do you think of my new sword? Oh! Oh! Fuck! You know what you were all saying about how there was that special takedown? I guess that's it. Gooper Stomp! Yeah, he's not going to be in Elden Ring 2. He's not going to the entry. Am I the baddie? I have seen that there are even more Berserkier greatswords, so you know, you'll know what I'm about. Guess I already got that one. Okay. I know somebody mentioned it earlier, but just to balance out the the banter, one thing that did strike me is with all the critiques I keep leveling at poor Hideo Kojima, he has been doing interesting shit. Oh, and Crowbeak, have a lovely rest of your evening. All right. I think you already told me, but am I going to get to see you potentially around GDC? Slay them. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going underground. Interestingly, I haven't checked anything down this way. Alright. Falls to me to murder. Oh, no. Moose got it. Thank you, Moose! You have done well. Okay. Sorry about the interruption there. Sorry, no, it struck me that this area around here we haven't really explored. So honestly, I'm going to go to the Smouldering Church and then come back down and start heading towards the underworld. No, Moose, it's entirely fine. Like, you, Caffeine, and Lizzie, you'll owe me nothing. I'm just very grateful. I'm sure nothing bad will happen when we have to come up round this way. Okay, so we've got a big warrior down this way. Because I guess I kept just rushing past all this because we were coming up in search of this big old sword that I've got. I'm sorry, big man. This is not going to end well for you. Keep an eye out. Caves there. No. I got ourselves a spicy fire here. Alright, let's give him an honourable end. Got him with a sword. And Lance, thank you for clipping that. I do love, like at the end of the stream, I always try and catch what you lot have been putting through clippage-wise. It doesn't stop being funny. Angelina, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Alright. Yeah, there's so much of this area we just haven't explored. No doubt I'll end up finding another, like, fucking shrimp mine or something. See? Look at that! Cool hidden cave. There's no shrimp here. Someone has actually made a movement detection rice fryer that the ladle that stirs the fried rice follows a shrimp's movement. So through the power of technology, a shrimp really can fry this rice. Alright. Big friend? Big friend!
I hadn't expected to see your face again. Are you heading to the Festival of Combat too?
Fuck yeah.
No need to be coy with me. Judging by the fine wallop you gave the old backside earlier, I would venture you're something of a warrior yourself. The mere thought of such a festival gets the blood pumping, eh? Now, according to my calculations, passing through this road should lead us to the Kaled Wilds. But, however you slice it, it seems we've reached a dead end.
Okay.
I'm sorry to have raised your hopes. It seems my calculations must have been off.
So Dice Goddess, I will have to grab one of your business cards, but also
Many Great
I will be
warriors
bringing
within me,
the
ever
longshipian
dreaming
pins
of
with me.
becoming a great champion.
Now again, Squarepeg, I shouldn't say I haven't forgotten. I have forgotten,
It is my
but I
ordeal,
will get you your
you could
pin.
say.
There is one set aside for
Test
you. It
myself,
will get it to you.
Better myself, to fell ever greater.
I'm sorry it has
foes.
taken so long.
And then, one day, we'll be a single great champion. The greatest of them all. What do you think, eh? How do you rate my chances?
Oh, you're going to be a great pop.
I was created to be a warrior vessel. Many great warriors reside within me. Ever dreaming of becoming
Having a sword this big standing next to a sentient pot is like the ultimate
And
test
reason
of
for reaching
morality.
west. It is my ordeal, you could say. To test myself, to better myself, to fell ever greater foes. And then, one day, we'll be a single great champion. The greatest of them all. What do you think?
You got this, little buddy. I should be able to just smash through that fucking door. Okay, so I take it... if I was to head into the red zone and then work backwards through this, I can let him into that part, right? Like, that's ultimately what it wants from us. Okay. So ashes. The sweep could be good. Stomp's pretty rad. Okay. So yay, Jar Friend! The great warrior Jar Friend. So Chaunerus, I'm okay for the moment, but thank you for asking. I want to explore this side of this area, but we can definitely come on back this way. Honestly, friends, so GDC is coming, and I'm really excited for it, but I was kind of talking about this on Facebook, like, I'm in a fucking whirlwind at the moment. Between the real life stuff that I've talked to you all, and work stuff, and, you know, keeping a roof over our heads and keeping going, like, I haven't really stopped. And the weird thing is that right now, us on the horse Khazar, trundling around the Elden Ring countryside, this is the closest to kind of like a social breather that I'm going to get. You know, we can sit here, be it with tea or coffee or what have you, and have a chat. You know, I'm genuinely okay with just existing in this world so I can talk with you lot. Because, like, tomorrow's going to be Pacific Drive. Now, I fucking love Pacific Drive. Honestly, the only reason that you haven't caught me streaming that at like 5 o'clock in the morning is because I'm trying not to burn myself too hard. You know, I'm already burning the candle at both ends. I need to throw the fucker in the microwave on high. But this game has a lot more... This game has a lot more pacing, has a lot more peaceful pacing than Pacific Drive. Because Pacific Drive has one, I wouldn't even call it a problem, but it has one thing that it does, and that is the wanderlust is so pronounced. See, you start playing Pacific Drive, and you go out and you grab stuff, then you're introduced to the fact that for a lot of runs, no, fuck off, shit werewolves. For a lot of runs, you're operating on a time limit, right? You've got to grab as many goodies as you can within the allocated time slot, otherwise it's bad times bears. Alright. A lot of people died down here. And when you're back at base in Pacific Drive, God, the pull to adventure is exceptional. Like, honestly, I do genuinely think Pacific Drive is going to be one of those games that people are fucking teaching years from now, you know? Sup, Turtle? Huh. I think I've been over here. With Elden Ring, weirdly, even though it's more of a combat title and there's more of a focus on combat. Big Bear versus Squad. Wait, whose side am I on here? Am I on anyone's side? Alright, we'll let them duke it out. They already knocked out my puppies, so... Oh, you're a bastard, aren't you? Cooper Stomp! Not as effective as I was hoping. Haha! It is I, the Bear Slayer! Don't think into that too deeply. Beast blood. Bears are docile creatures. Try singing to it. Gummy bears bouncing here and there and every... No, he's still mad at me. He's still mad. It's not an innuendo. No, so I guess what I was kind of waffling on with, like, now's the time to be chatting. Like, Dice, you've already done GDC and stuff before, right? Like, you're all set for GDC San Francisco info. And honestly, like, this year, I guess because so many more people are out of work, the amount of mid to bad GDC advice is very, very high. Obviously, the standard stuff applies, like, but the kind of stuff you'd tell any friends who was going out, like, partying in a city, like, don't leave your drink unattended. If you do, it's dead. Don't worry about it. You know, don't get in a strange cab. Stay with the squad. Never eat. Don't eat food with your hands if you haven't had a chance to sanitize your hands first, because you will get, at very least, the bad poo-poos. What's down here? What the heck is this? The heck is this? Sure. Good advice. Stalk all the VIPs. Well, who someone considers a VIP at GDC is always an interesting mark, but Great Hole's Dragon Throw. Oh, it's this guy. It's the Muscle Monk. The Bestial Sanctum. It's our own little temple to Mashal. Good? Okay, you just need more creepy eyeballs. Alright. However, I did just lead us astray, so... someone was saying I should check the boss weapons at the nice of the round, so... I didn't bring enough stacks for everybody, which is why I'm coming on back. But no, like, this year at GDC, Make friends. Don't be a jerk. It is unlikely that there's going to be a ton of work going round, but this is kind of like the setup for the future. And always, when someone says they have cash, check where it's coming from, yo. Nope. We already turned that into something cool. But we might have some goodies to upgrade our big sword. Hey up, bastards! It's my man with the hammer. What's up?
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms, then.
Yeah, well, I mean, so joking aside, if you weren't here for my rants about this yesterday or on TikTok, basically, there is a very, very... Yeah, I'll take that times 3. Did you take that bet? I'd take that bet. Times 5. Did you take that bet? I'd take that bet. Times 6. Would you take that bet? I'd take that bet. I'm kind of in two minds about our Goomba Stomp, though, because it's not great. Yeah, well, so Jonas, we did talk about that yesterday. So the biggest push they're making is at PAX East, but I think that's because no one really goes over the publisher and show floor list at GDC. Like, we might do that tomorrow before we set sail, but and look, I don't mean to be such a mercenary. Like, the people that I'm working with don't need investment, so I haven't been researching it like I do previous years. All the places where I used to know how to get funding, those avenues are no longer available. And I'm not saying there isn't money out there. I'm not saying that you can't get funding for your video game. I can't be the one that opens the door for people, at least not right now. So I haven't been doing that. So yeah, I don't know how aggressively these other spheres of investment are going. Oh yeah, we need the Grave Glovewort. So yeah, so when I say like, and I guess I am also agreeing with you, but like the chances of Saudi money being thrown around quite a lot is very, very high. Getting there's goodies to be had back here. Alright, Angel Kalina, have a lovely rest of your day. To be continued. But yeah. So, A-Dragon, I understand that does put us in tinfoil hat territory, but I agree with you. I think that the Embracer 2 billion deal was always going to be a bait and switch. Because, you know, Embracer's been in freefall. A few of the...
You'll be after more great than Azioth, the inheritors of the we of the Godric the Crafted, General Radar, Praetor Right, more God, and you'll still be after more.
Okay. I'll ask you about them later. But yeah, I do agree with you. There's been a few Embracer Group people that haven't announced their splits yet, but have already started delisting Embracer from their comms and their websites and whatnot. So, makes you kind of wonder. Alright. Vernon's like, oh, there's tinfoil hats! And Air Dragon, you are right that while, like, the Saudi investment fund companies they are very smart, and that deal with Embracer was too good. I think if I had to guess, I would say that Embracer Group's success in other fields, it kind of led them to a little bit of, I don't want to say arrogance, but it definitely led them into a false sense of confidence. Oh, we were going to go underground. That was it. There's too much panic in this town. And yes, that was a reference to the Jamiroquai tie-in song to the Nick Totopoulos Godzilla movie. He's the worm guy. But yeah, no, the Saudis box clever. They have been for ages. But here's the thing. I do not believe that they would be a non-controlling investment. And like, China bad, Saudi Arabia much, much, much worse. The thing I keep thinking of was one of the individuals who was reporting on the state of things during the last World Cup, who was a known queer reporter, died under mysterious circumstances in Qatar. Like, we're not talking about hyperbole when we say that, you know, these people get murdered. Oh, so, Legend, we've already been down here. It's just we went down there, and I became apparent very quickly the difference in power. God, I love this sword. I should probably mark it on the bloody map, shouldn't I? Yeah. So, Moose, I don't need to add anything. I wholeheartedly agree with you, and I think you're right. But video games is just one part of that. So what Moose is saying is a thing that we all know is that, and ironically, it is the Saudis who are aware of this, that fossil fuels are a limited resource and has given them a huge stake in the world financially. That will eventually run out, and when that does, what do they do? Well, that's what they're working on at the moment. You know, sports, industry, entertainment, like wild diversification. Well, so Legend, we did walk past this the first time, and then when I came back with a bit more beefcake, was when I got to see this the first time, and you can still find the clip here. I was gobsmacked. Because the size of this underground area, the fucking beauty of it, just incredible. It's just incredible. Anyway, look, I'm not a political scientist, so I can't. Oh, it's so pretty. I'm not a political scientist, so I can't tell you, you know, the state of the world or what the right thing to do is. I can only really comment in terms of video games, and like, right now, the worst kinds of people are at an advantage on what they can offer games companies. And also, we're getting to the point where, as both industry friends and consumers, we need to be aware of who's getting their money from what. Because from what we've seen so far, Tencent doesn't interfere with the creative impact of games. However, anytime you wish to launch a game in China, you do have to adhere to, you know, the Chinese government's censorship standards. Otherwise, the game just doesn't get released. You know, there is no freedom of speech in that region. You have no rights in terms of what you can and can't put out. You know this. I know this. Now, I don't know if Saudi Arabia also has a similar system, but I know sure as hell that an unofficial version of that is enforced. Alright, so which way we want to go? Let's go into the ruins first. Let me find my feedies. And whereas ultimately... Sorry, you know what? I don't want to go off on rants. You get it. I get it. Research when your money's coming from. Do your due diligence. You don't have to. I mean, like, you don't have to be out and out rude to people, but you know, we also know that anybody whose investment hinges on generative AI won't be around for more than a year. Sup, nerds? Oh. Way too damn. Oh God! Boop! I'm gonna need the puppies. They're sturdy but slow. And Legend, back at you, friend. Back at you. I've been saying this more and more over these weeks, but like, the fact that I get to talk about this with you all is fucking great. You know, it doesn't just sit around in my noggin annoying people that are vaguely in my vicinity. Sorry, this little pond reminds me of the Dark Souls 1 DLC that teleports you to like a memory and shit. Don't ask me why. They're resistant to blunt damage. Then I'll just hit them harder. But no, this is the other thing that's so wild, is that there are tons of people, like, in the games industry, who did not do their due diligence when signing a deal with Embracer Group. They just went, oh, it'll be fine. Ooh, who's this? Longship friend, using a mace, getting oh God! Oh no! Oh, Longship friend died bad. I shall avenge you, my buddy. Whoever you are. Alright, Chucklefox, round 2, let's go. Sorry I called you a nerd. Whoop, 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 whoop. Puppy! Summon! Let's fuck 'em up, dogs. Wait! Oh, I very nearly died. This is my training montage. Alright, puppies, onward! When in doubt, summon the dags. Sup, fucker. The one advantage is when I hit these guys, boy, they go flying. Oh no, it's the slowest fireball in... It's the slowest Hadouken ever. Oh, it's spicy though. Fucking wee! Ah! Alright, I take it back. The ground pound is hilarious and I have no notes. Alright, let's go do these fucking wizards first. Oh no. Ow! Ow! He bubbled me! Jesus Christ! Fucking killed me like a child's party clown! Alright. But no, so jumping back, like, I do think this conversation has value, though, because, like, we called it. We fucking called it with Embracer. We've called it on so many different topics. And, you know, we're not a superstar team of industry analysts. We are, well, we're the Longship. And, you know, I do think the Saudi money's going to be very tempting this year. The thing I was saying before we start that fight is that with the generative AI stuff, you know, we spoke with Tommy last week. It's not that that stuff has no use. It's that none of the things being sold are the useful bits. Do you know what I mean? Like, the things that are being pitched and sold really don't have value to game devs. And honestly, only really serve to stand as an additional barrier between what already exists and you. And as we know, a lot of that stuff might not be legal this time next year. Okay, Eagle Lives has a proper question. Alright, I got you. And I feel I have some chat here which will be insightful too. GDC badge has to have a company on it, apparently, but I'm unemployed. Oh no, so you can put independent, that's just what I usually do. I don't recommend formally, because sometimes people will misread your badge, and they'll be like, oh shit, you work at so-and-so place, and you'll be like, no, actually I was formerly with them. But yeah. Oh. Actually, the one-handed moveset might be better for dealing with these dingleberries. Goober Stomp! Ha! Taste my booty! Taste... Oh, come on! Oh, no! He grabbed me out the fucking air! Are you shitting me? Oh, fuck. Fuck. And Eagle Lives, whilst I do recommend being whimsically hilarious here in the Longship, don't put comedy names on your GDC badge. Every year there's somebody that makes that mistake, and by day 2 they're exhausted of having to explain it. Because here is the thing. A certain kind of person at GDC will look at you in the eye, then look at your badge, and then the look they give you after that will tell you everything you need to know about how they regard you. Okay, Air Dragon, that was awesome. And I wouldn't usually ask friends, but if one of you wants to clip that, I would be very grateful, because I can't even be mad. Like, there was me laughing around like, haha, I've got you! I tried to leap on him with my booty to crush him, and he's like, nope! You done fucked up. Well, I mean, what I will say is that it's unlikely that you will just meet people on the cash, and within, you know, that initial meeting will be what's important for the hiring. What will happen is you'll talk to somebody, say independent, you'll be like, oh, well, in conversation, I was working for these peeps, I'm on the hunt for work, like people at the moment. And that's when the conversation starts proper. Because if you say, oh, I worked on Alien Isolation, recruiters are going to be like, blah, 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 blah. Because remember, recruiters are kind of in a bit of a shitbasket sandwich like the rest of us. They still need to hit their quota for people hired, right? But they don't have budget. So if somebody of pedigree shows up, then that really gives them the opportunity to do some cool shit. Sorry, that gives them opportunity to kind of hit their KPIs. This guy's a fucking joke. Booty stomp! You're fucking sturdy. Booty stomp! Ah! Hey, remember that time doing that got me killed? I'm gonna keep doing the thing. Don't grab my dog! Don't grab my dog. Please don't fucking do it. Don't grab my dog. That's really weird. Alright, so we've got to get up to get down here. Yeah. Well, so Moose, at least so far as I understand on LinkedIn, you can actually put looking for work as part of your profile. Alright, so puppies, you handle the dingleberries. I'm gonna kill these fucking wizards. Fucking wizards! Oh, you absolute wankstein! Stab me in the bum! Oh. The only thing I will say is job titles do matter. So if you're looking for work in a specific field, a specific role, put that as your job. Right? I was actually talking with it with, well, I guess I can say, I was talking with it with Steve today, and he was asking me what I want my title to be for GDC, and do I mind it being PR? I'm like, nah. Titles, for at least in the indie spaces, are as much a tool as anything else, right? Like, in previous roles, I've chosen my GDC title based on what I wanted to achieve. Oh no, Legend, CEO of independent game is a... When you don't have the chops to back it up at that C-suite kind of level, they'll smell you out a mile off. And it just makes you look like you're kind of... I don't know, I know you were jesting, but it's an important one. I have seen, like, young creatives going into GDC and putting, like, you know, CEO of indie game company. What it really means is you made a game one time. You know, some of those individuals won't even have their game available for sale or have done anything in terms of like setting up an LLC or stuff like that. So, I get my fucking arse handed to me here. Almost forgot to put another death on the counter. Bark, bark, bark. They hit like a fucking dump truck. So do I. No. I've got a big sword. The good news is like every hit I do is an interrupt on them. I just gotta deal with these fucking wizards. And I didn't see the other guy who came out the fucking woodwork to just stab me in the side. Right. Just the other fucking wizard! You fucking dingus! Ow. Yo, pokey. Fucking wee! I nearly died. Oh, fuck! You know what, fuck it. Let's get the good shit going. fucking puppies! Alright. Is there anyone else fucking left alive? Got a Clayman's harpoon. Immunizing cured meat. Lovely. But yeah, so Eagle Lives or anybody, if you've got any, like, Judas questions or what have you, I'll try and give you the no bollocks response. The thing I was saying earlier is, though, is like, yeah, titles are very much a tool, right? I will admit that, you know, community manager's all right, but it's better than it has been. But community manager was kind of like CM, in that a lot of the biz dev people saw it as a, you know, as a not a real role, but kind of like a, you know, a junior fuckabout position. Oh, you're the one that makes the silly posts. You're the one that does the TikToks. So I believe that when I was doing improbable stuff, I changed my title to just be, well, it's like biz dev sales. Oh, that is absolutely fucking ambush. Let's see what's in the castle first, just in case there's another. Oh god, what? Hate that for us. Does he have a squad of little, like, fucking blimps and shit? Fucking wee! I don't really hate it. Alright, we can do this. Do this. Fucking wee! Keep on. Little closer. Little closer. Taste my booty! You had the same idea I did. Honestly, I'm just impressed. Tastes like ass. As my friend would say, who does your research? Okay. No, an Eagle Lives, you're allowed to be mad. This GDC is going to be a lot of, like, group commiserations about just such a thing. Oh no, so AR... Ultimately, my goal is definitely in keeping with hot enemy bullshit in your area. Like, I'm just a big old fan of Berserk, alright? And I completely understand that I'll be, you know, moving away from this at some point. Knowing that we can... that later on we'll be able to reconfigure our build, I think is real cool. Oh yeah, no, and Fearless is entirely right. GDC is as much a big group therapy session as it is a job fair and a biz dev event. Like, it's a dysfunctional family gathering and work. Doing GDC always leaves me feeling invigorated for the industry, hopeful, exhausted, and I guess if I ever could afford therapy, therapized. And there's going to be a lot of that. Again, Wednesday at noon in the park is going to be the group Scream, so if you want to just get that out of your system. And yes, Tuesday afternoon from 2, we are going to go hang out with a super cool dog. Right. Let's see where this takes us. Whee! Immediately walks the other way. Man, this whole purple area looks so fucking cool. another life.
Where does it go? Looks like it went up.
Ah. But the more important question is, where did it come from? No door ahead. Couldn't leave it, I'm sorry. Carnaggio! Buddha, 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 Carnaggio! But yeah, one of the things I found out yesterday, though, sadly, is one of my favourite events is happening after I leave. My yearly chiptunes rave is called POW. I fucking love it. It's usually like a pilgrimage of mine every GDC. This year, however, it's unfortunately happening on Thursday, and I will be gone by then. So I was definitely sad about that yesterday. But it's very much a 'tis what it is. So what am I doing at GDC? Well, one, I'm catching up with everybody that I can. Kind of remind them that I exist as always, and be like, hey, if you need a person who can host a thing, I got you. The other thing is, I will say, I don't know in what form it takes, but I have started looking for sponsors for the Longship. You know, I've talked to you all about this, and I'm in a much better headspace today to talk about it. It's like, the Longship is predominantly supported by your lovely selves. You lot predominantly work in the games industry, which is predominantly getting the bad snuggles right now. Like, this is why I keep saying, like, at the end of every stream, I know we're going through a hard time, because, you know, the majority of individuals that have been contributing to the Longship over the years work in the games or games adjacent industries, which are currently having the worst time. And, you know, it's always been my goal to move the Longship from being entirely supported by, like, tips and donations to something more sustainable, right? And so, at the moment, I am hunting for people that can sponsor our setup. I've not had any offers that I could accept. I've had 2 offers. One of them was for a grey market key aggregate, and I was like, no, I can't. And the other I forget. PBS. So, in terms of Longship promotion, I have been putting things on TikTok and Shorts and stuff like that, and they come to varying levels. Like, the truth of the matter is, the only people that want to watch Twitch clips are usually people who are already fans of the person, or if that Twitch clip does something really special. Unfortunately, I'd say the majority of clips of Twitch streams that go up just kind of get ignored, which is fine. Let's be honest. Most Twitch clips are fucking hilarious within the communities that they reside, but outside of that, like, the in-joke is lost. Like a voice line from a podcast you've never listened to, and that's fine. YouTube Shorts are so-so, and I'm trying to do more with those things. It's just hours in a day. But I don't know. I don't know if it's even possible, but, you know, turning Humble, for example, from just a partnership link into a proper sponsor would be fucking brilliant. Hell, finding an indie publisher and being like, look, I'll cover your games. I'm already covering your games. Just, you know, chuck us a chunk of change every month and jobs are good. That kind of thing. I don't think it's likely. I think it's going to be a long slog and a lot of emails back and forth. But, you know. And PVS, it's one of those things I have been considering. Ultimately, a lot of it does come down to big crab. The hours in a day problem. I don't think Big Crab's seen me, but let's see if we can. Oh, he's definitely fucking seen me! It's fucking Monster Hunter all over again. And that's death. But yeah, I mean, PBS promotion of Longship's always a tricky one because we don't tend to pull people in for the same reasons as others. Honestly, most of the people that find our little corner are usually introduced through friendos and what have you. I don't know. Maybe I'll clip like the sexy character matrix and put that out there. Sometimes it's difficult for me to know the things that I talk to you lot about that would be interesting to an audience that isn't around. Oh, Bacon, I was going to say, dude just made me into imitation crab. What I'm going to do, though, I think I'm going to avoid the ruins and just go round the corner. Because we had a lot of stuff. There's a lot more of the fucking bastards in the ruins. Hey up, wanker! Alright, puppies. Time to go to work. The one-handed moveset on this is great for crowd control. Vern's like, maybe you can get a sponsor with Embracer Group. Mate, all they need to do is look at one stream and be like, wow, Will, you sure have been shit-talking us for several years. Man, did he just fucking get over there, me? He fucking did. One word, machinima. Yo, I think I've told you this like 18,000 times, but back in the day, I actually had like sit-down meetings with machinima, back when they were a force. I still think about it to this day. It's amazing how many institutions have risen and fallen over the years, you know what I mean? Machinima was untouchable. They were set. Fucking, who was the other lot? Oh, come on, brain. Oh, is it Polaris? An Eagle Lives, that could be. I don't know, has the Saber Interactive sale been announced? Because I know one team announced they bought themselves back from Embracer. And I think the news today was that Saber Interactive no longer have Embracer listed on their stuff, but that could have popped off. I know it was Polaris. That was like they got bought by Disney and then dissolved. That was like all the folks back in the day. Yeah. Sadly, Bacon, I did apply to Liquid Death for a sponsorship. They took a look at my numbers and never wrote me back. Which, again, I completely understand that, right? Like, you know, they sponsor people like Steve-O. So, I don't know. Oh god. No, Moose. This is the thing. For you lot, for keeping the Longship afloat, I'd take a Voodoo Ranger sponsorship. I'd deal with just a gut ache every week. What's wrong with Will? He farts a lot now. Why is that? Well, Will's guts can't handle beer. But he got a beer sponsorship, so... Oi! Come back here! Come back here! No! Oh! However, that was mostly just goodies, so that would have been great if I'd used up more potions. I can summon the dags, needs be. Okay. Oh, it's time for platforming with a horse. Platforming with a horse. Platforming with a horse. He's your friend. He's a horse. It's platforming with a horse. Yeah, get fucked. Ah! I just threw poisonous bones at him. Feeling pretty good about that. But no, here's the thing. I really like Voodoo Rangers drinks. I've spoken to them at PAXs. We've talked about doing stuff, and nothing's really come from it. Which, again, I completely understand. Voodoo Rangers not small, right? They aren't a teeny tiny establishment. Oh, how did I not fucking die from there? Alright, here we go. Plunging attack. How did I fucking miss?! There we go. Oracle bubbles. And a golden centipede. Why does that seem fucking gross? But yeah, so sadly nothing's come from talking with the Voodoo Ranger peeps, but I love them. I love the packaging, I love the bevies, but they hurt my little tum-tum. You know? Be lovely if Shillings decided to... I'm sorry. Nothing I have... What do you mean Street Sharks are back? What? Explain your workings out! Explain your workings out. Legend, that would make this game incredibly funny if it basically turned into like a Banjo-Kazooie, but with us and Kazaa. You know what? I'm just going to take a little sit down. No, I remember Street Sharks as a brand. I remember they were toys that existed. When you say back, what the fuck do you mean? I don't need that. I don't need that nightmare fuel. I don't need that bad juju in my life. Alright, friends, I just need to nip to loo because I've had several pints of coffee. I'll be back with you in just a second. Alright? And then, I don't know if we should head back up to the overworld and progress, or if we should keep putzing around down here. I haven't really decided. I mean, the fishmen are giving us a ton of goodies, but on the flip side, it's not a lot of souls, and they are kicking my ass, so... Alright, so I'll be back in just a sec. someone felt that Street Sharks as a brand needed to return to our public consciousness. Now I have a nemesis, whoever that is. Alright. I don't think I'm ready for this place just yet. I don't think I'm ready. Like, even with my, obviously, superstar skills. Wait. Is there something hidden there? Ah, beans. Oh, we can return. We can return. But yeah, sorry, friends. I don't mean to talk about, like, business of streaming type stuff. Again, that's not on you lot. I'm still, I guess, amazed and a little surprised that my consultancy skills I have been woefully undercharging for, and when the person you're charging tells you you're undercharging them, I'm like, maybe I gotta review my shit a little bit. I don't know. I feel there are so many big entities in the games industry that we actively support that it wouldn't be disingenuous of me to be like, hey, you should sponsor us. And, like, you know, anything that lets me, you know, feed my little family a little bit better sounds good. I know we've explored there. Did we explore there? Honestly, I don't think there's anything to be doing except for continuing from here, so... And we can go say hi to Bok as well. Yeah, I really am the affordable choice. No, so PBS, you are right. Honestly, when talking with a lot of people that go into consultancy, how they tweak their prices, people do undercharge. But with myself, like, how much I charge people is based on a number of factors. Usually on how much I would make in a day if I didn't spend the time hanging out with you lot. Or how much additional time it's going to cost. For most people, I just do a day rate, so that way, one, I don't have to stress about, you know, keeping track of hours, and I don't run the risk of overcharging people. But for some people, I do, like, an hourly rate stuff. And even then, like, I calculate in a lot of factors. But, like, comparable to what I charge, I'll meet people who are my skill level and senior, who are charging, you know, barely $30 an hour. And I'm like, honey, no. Honey, no.
Bok the seamster, at your service, master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments.
I'm okay at the moment, but thank you.
Please do be.
I will, mate. I will. So yeah, for those of you that ever look into going into, like, consultancy or roles like that, like, I'm always happy to talk people through it, because again, it's super easy to undervalue yourself, and nobody fucking tells you that. Like, no one tells you that. Ooh. I wonder, can I make it up there at this point? No, I need to head into the midsection from there. Alright. Now, one thing I will say, though, is I would not advise going all in on consultancy work right now. If you have friends that offer to hire you at a consultancy rate or stuff like that, do that. Tell people. But again, even with all of my contacts and skills, I wouldn't be able to live off the consultancy stuff. And to get to the point where, like, I'm showing people around GDC and I have that kind of back and forth took fucking years. Because, again, there are wildly successful people in the industry who are doing that.
Back to learn another.
And honestly,
Wonderful.
I wouldn't
You're
want to
most
take like a
welcome
big
to
corporate client
anywhere
anyway,
in it, little spat.
because I want to help people. You know, I talked about this on Tommy's podcast. I've talked about this with you all for years now. It's like, if someone comes here into chat and is like, hey, I've never launched a game and I really want to, what do I do? I don't want to have to be like, cool, here's my rates. I want to be able to take people through that, and then if they have budget or if they need something, then we can talk, you know? Yeah, and actually, Moose, that is a very good point. When charging for consultancy, you have to take into consideration taxes, fees, etc. And if you're only doing consultancy, like, it's not just how much you would have brought home in a month. Like, how much would you have brought home and been able to pay, like, health insurance and shit like that? Now, I currently do not have a good health insurance plan. My plan is don't get sick. Don't be like Will. But also, being at this end does mean I kind of get to choose who I work with.
You've taken an apprenticeship with Selen. Well, that is something.
Which is very lovely.
Selen was well known. The most promising sorceress in the history of the Academy. I followed her at school. But there may as well have been an ocean between us.
Aw, you had a crush
Selen was
on
expelled from
creepy...
the Academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers under the name of the Graven Witch. I still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Selen would never do such things.
Oh, you are smitten, mate. No, and Dice Goddess, like... I'm in that weird, like, little sinkhole between, like, I don't make enough, but I make too much, you know? And hey, look, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. You know what, let's bring it back,
Find yourself without one, and you'll never eat.
Okay, that was the thing that we needed. The glintstone key, because we want to give him one and then get one for us. Anyway, but what I will say is that this is definitely the year to like prototype your own little fun examples. And see, like Dice, I know you know this, but it's always worth saying, is like, you can artistically mock up so much. You know, the great thing about being an accomplished artist or a graphic designer is that you can make it look like how you wanna, and then make it work, like the workings out. You can do that later. Ultimately, once the funding dance is open again, and not going through the Saudi investment fund in some way, shape, or form, a lot of pitch meetings are based on visual plus business plan equals success, right? The irony being that a good, like, solidly programmed working vertical slice will be less successful than one that is visually popping. Is the ridiculousness is not lost on me there, but like, now's the time to get experimental with it. Sir.
I asked where I could play the hottest games. The receptionist said, in D game room.
Okay, I like that. Right, bear with me just a second, Akira. There we go. Right, so 23 months. Feckin' thank you. All right, how are you doing? How's it going? Watto and welcome. Actually, I realised I hadn't put this out on other social media stuff, but to like Akira Zero and other peeps that have been sending me DMs and stuff, I am sorry I haven't responded. It's been, aside from a little sobbing on the kitchen floor, it's been non-stop over here. To answer your question about what you can do at PAX East, you can find a Pride sticker and stick it on the Quidger booth. Sneaky like, but don't let anyone catch you. As in, like, don't want to make trouble for the enforcers, but I love how this guy has ignored all the violence and explosions and stabbing behind him. Like, I want what he's on. Now, so Moose, are we just going for punnage, or are you actually thinking about some kind of project involving, you know, dogs and mechs? Because the only thing that people remember from 100-Foot Robot Golf is the Voltron of Corgis, which was literally 5 Corgi pilots in 5 Corgi mechs making a Voltron-style setup. You know, I never did go that way. Alright, let me rest at the step here, and then we're going that way. We're going into the mist. Puns into actual real products. No. There's something of Pupgrades is definitely part of your title for your unnamed game. What's up, friend? Firstly, stole your butterflies. Second, hello.
Back again, are we? Not everyone can tell how good my wares are. You've a discerning eye, you have.
So, Akira Zero makes a very good point. The Zoids games have always been, like, good to mid to terrible. They're incredibly hard to acquire. And the Zoids license is guarded like some kind of, I don't know, creature from the great beyond. Like, okay, Moose, if I was genuinely going to recommend to a title that you could make that there's something of Pupgrades, Mech Dogs and the Pupgrades of Mars, what I would say is go for a tactical turn-based title. So you have dags, not anthropomorphic dags, but dogs, in mechs, in some kind of interstellar war. I would say go with like giant Zoid-like dogs as variants, and going with some kind of paper doll animation system so that you can swap out the weapons for different units. Because with Zoids, what they do is they have, much like with Gundams, they have one core model, and then you swap out the accessories to make different versions. They also swap out the colours. So like the tiger is arguably the most popular of the Zoids, but there's a sniper tiger and there's a fight tiger and stuff like that. Yes, tactics turn-based means you don't have to settle on one. None of the anims have to match if you go for a Advance Wars style combat system. And yeah, the paper doll stuff is fun to make and very prototypable. Like, you could essentially prototype that title with just programmer art and good intentions. And now, you're cooking with portals, friend. And honestly, your pun game and wordplay would be strong enough to carry, like, dialogue and stuff. So, boosh. Sorry, I think I see a cavern. Nope, just shading. Oh, weird. Oh, wait, hang on. Hang on. Ah, no, it was a pillar! Exactly. Means not having to deal with 3D scope creep. Jobs are good'un. I think as the mech genre is starting to... As more mech games are starting to kind of permeate the public consciousness, I think that a lot of these games that in the past haven't necessarily sold... Hadouken! As a lot of these games haven't necessarily sold great in the past, most of them were weird offshoots from existing franchises. Like, the Zoids game on like the Game Boy Advance and stuff like that were fucking hard to get hold of. And some of them were good, but wouldn't know it. Zone of the Enders did a tactical turn-based one with the dumbest combat system of all time. But with some really, really interesting ideas. And I think it's going to be a while before we see a new front mission game. I think Square Enix is still trying to work out what to do with that IP. Because they've had 2 expensive duds. But I think the re-releases or the remakes have done good. Okay, Akira Zero, as the only other person who played the Zone of the Enders Game Boy game, thank you. That game was so interesting. Just worst combat system. Basically, you had X amount of seconds to lock in your opponent in like a crosshair and then fire. But you also had to do the same thing to dodge, where you had to not get seen by the other person. And I didn't think the Game Boy Advance was capable of making me feel motion sickness, and I was proven wrong. God, this is why we don't end up doing so many PvP fights. I'm just a fucking kleptomaniac in this game. This and fucking Pacific Drive should be renamed to, and then Will steals everything that's not nailed down. Alright. Na something and Jaeger. Hey, turtle friend. What's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? Bad egg. Ah, farty bad egg. God, that's fucking gross. But no, I think there's some real legs in that, and oh yeah. Well, so Akira Zero, the only reason I'm not suggesting Super Robot Wars is that relies on 2 things heavily. 1, brand recognition, and 2, very, very complex limit breaks. So it... What the fuck? Whose jellyfish is this? Do I have to worry about you? Are we buddies? Are we buddies? He's not attacking me. What's up, jellies? We cool. We cool. Aha! Found ourselves a cheeky little tunnel. Eagle Lives is correct that whose jellyfish is this is significantly different from whose line is anyway, but weirdly features the entirety of the same cast, which I'm not sure how I feel about that. Jellyfish just wobbling about. Just doing jellyfish stuff. Meanwhile, a parallel dimension. Alright. What's up, buggers? Before you ask, yes, this is out of spite. Oh. Eagle Lives has decided all the jellyfish belong to me now. Alright, so it's just a big old stinky cave, alright. Cave moss. Mushroom Man. Mushroom Man! What is he casting? Mushroom spells. Look, the rhyme doesn't work, don't worry about it. Shit, do I have a poison resist? Vitality, lightning.
Someone left a jellyfish. Ignore me.
Ignore me! Whose jellyfish is this? Vanderface, thank you. I will never not be down to quote that. So it's not really craft anymore. Now I'm stinky. Alright, I think I'm just gonna have to heal through it, you know? This guy's gotta fucking go. This poison seems pretty mild. Oh, and I can make loads of the antidotes, so I'm good. Okay. Fuck, what were we talking about before? I'm so sorry, friends. I kind of went into... Oh, we talked about Moose's potential title. Big trouble. Okay, so we can basically, we could use the fire to burn off the poison. Oh, crap, 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 crap! I forgot they do that. Hadouken! Wrong button. Yes. There we go! Oh, come on! I can't fucking see! Sheila! Sheila, it's in the eyes! I can't fucking see! Okay. Love that for us. Okay, so that could have gone better. It also could have gone worse. Oh, really? Oh, okay, Chorderus, to be continued. Alright. gotta deal with this as we can, right? Try and deal with matey boys up here before we deal with all the bastards down in the darkness. Is this where we came from? This is not where we came from. But yeah, so jumping back, like... Oh, cheeky bat bastard. Come on. Oh, God! Fucking jump scare. Fucking scared the piss out of me. There was me like, haha, I have gotten the jump on them. There is no way they'll be able to diff. Oh, God! But yeah, no, Moose, the more I'm pondering on that, the more I'm like, you know what? You could get a vertical slice of that up and going real fast. Like, without having to fucking kill yourself. Ooh, sage trousers. Not great. Hoping for more poison resist than they're offering, but fine, I guess. I can hang out and that with you lot if I want to wait until I heal. I got Batman. Moose, dog mechs are perfect for Screenshot Saturday. I mean, hell, for a narrative hook, the idea that what does a race of dogs do when there is no one left to pet the dog? Well, they let science take over. You know? I think what you end up doing with something like, you know, pup grades the dogs from Mars is that you let the mimetic nature be the core pitch, right? Oh, fuck a doodle doo. Fucking Batsman! Oh, no, 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 no! Drink, drink! Drink! Okay. This is not going according to plan. But no, so what you do is you let the mimetic pitch carry it through, and then you can add some narrative weight to it later on. You know? It's giant robot airport for aliens run by dogs, right? I know that bastard's here somewhere. There he is, the fucking caster. That's the guy I got to worry about in the interim. There we go. Now, set you on fire. Mate, I got fire bombs and nowhere else to be today. Let's fucking go. Can't bully plants! Can't bully plants. Kind of what I was trying to avoid there, but it's alright. Got loads of these. Such thing as a cheap victory in a Souls game, my friends. You know it, I know it. And these little buggers are learning it right now. Giant robot alien airport currently run by by pilot dogs. I still think that Pupgrades as a pun is a really, really strong title. And I'm trying to think how to work it into the actual title of the game, like the Pupgrades of Mars, like Dog Mech Attack Wing or something like that. Best, like, goodest boys of the Outer Rim. I don't know, there's something there. There's something there. Everyone's weak to fire. Everyone's weak to fire. But these guys are also weak to giant sword, and I'm not saying sorry. Lost Flowers. Robo Dog Kennel, where you help them get adopted by mech pilots. Ooh, yeah. What about like a Samurai Pizza Cat, like Cyber Dog Mech Pilots, upgraded? Shit. But like, something that's like evocative of that old, like, mashup Animu reworking. You know what I'm saying? Fucking wee! Ah! God, that's fun. The booty drop is so much fun. Oh, you cheeky bad word. Don't mind from me. Well, and since we got covered in gunk, might as well take a quick moment. Yeah. Because here's the thing, friends, like, a strong title can be such a huge boon towards victory, right? Oh, shit, that looked like... Alright. I'm crafting, again, more firebombs, please. Definitely as many of these as I can hold. I'm just going to equip it as well. I'm out of heals, so... Fuck it. It's just fire and poison removal. 1 health bar. I'll summon my dogs out as soon as. Go from there. Chariot Knight, huh? Chariots. Oh, fuck me! Oh, God! I think I've got anti-Scarlet Rot. Oh, fucking hell. Woo! You got him, dogs! Don't worry about it! And they actually do have it. Kick his ass, puppies! Ha-ha! First time, every time. Which was totally 100% me and not the dogs. Wait! Yeah, good team effort. I got stabbed up and did nothing useful. The dogs were like, ah, for fuck's sake. Alright, we'll fucking handle it.
You ran out of heals, but they ran out of heals.
Well played. And I guess we've already got our heal for this game. We've got new patches. just gonna teleport over here. Just gonna go down here. I need a little sit down after that. So Scarlet Rot is no fucking joke. And now we've learned that. Okay, so we're good for strength. Endurance was a quick load. Do get a lot of damage out of... I guess we're good for a quick load for now. A little bit more, or we can upgrade a strength. Isn't too terrible. Whew. That could have gone much worse. Alright, so we are here. It looked like the route up was across this way. And then we can kind of backtrack and check out this area, so... yeah, we'll head for here. We'll go on foot so we can keep talking. Actually, Hunter, we've already met Patches. We kicked his ass, and then he was like, no, please don't beat the fuck out of me! And I was like, alright, alright. Oh, yeah, actually, that's a good point. Let's see what that talisman was. Raises attack power with successive attacks. Ooh! Is that better or worse than the charge attacks? Let's try the winged sword insignia, because, you know... well, you know, we'll give it a try. No harm in experimentation. Yeah, but, as I was saying... So, what would a... So, if Moose does make the upgrades of Mars or what have you, what does that vertical slice look like? Well, so I think it looks like a... pre-battle conversation, and then a little bit of the grid movement, and maybe 1 or 2 encounters. Even if all of it is scripted to high hell, just being like, alright, so... it's a comedic Fire Emblem in a classic style, but with cute dags instead of... what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Oh, I found it! The rock lobster! Do 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 do. Rock lobster! Oh fuck! Alright. Crap battle. Crap battle. Oh fucking hell! Alright. I can respect that. Oh! You got your big claw out, that's fine. Oh! Oh, fucking hell. Alright, so you got your little quick claw, and you got your big fighty claw, alright? Oh! Oh, no! Ow! 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 Fucking bastard! Alright. I guess we're having some fucking shellfish tonight! Ba-dum bum bum ba-da-da-da-da-da. Alright, Kazar, let's fucking go. That lobster rocked too hard. Yeah, I wasn't... perhaps I wasn't as ready for the rock lobster as I thought I was. Alright, where are you, very big bastard? Oh, sorry, I got turned around with the stinky eggs. I don't fuck with the sniper lobster. I mean, I wouldn't have, but, you know, I got dissed and dismissed there. So me and Kazar are out for special vengeance. I even have my special vengeance potion. we go, here we go, here we go! Lobster boil! Wait, wait! Lobster for dinner, let's fucking go. What's wrong with Will? He's got lobster problems. It's best if you don't ask. He gets weird. Purified ruins. Purified lobsters. Let's fucking go. Oh, hello. What's up?
Hello? Is someone there?
Yeah, what's
Would
up?
you donate any shaburi grapes in your possession to me? I'm on a pilgrimage in search of the distant light. And when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel the light in the back of my eyes. Hello? Would you donate? I'm on a pilgrim when I eat.
I don't think we've got any shibari grapes. So wait there. Hang on, is she marked on the map? She is. Alright, wait there. Go find you some grapes. If you don't know about the shibari grapes, don't ask. You're happy or not knowing. Just happy or not knowing. Okay, well this looks like a base camp of sorts. Maybe there's some grapes here. Who fucking knows? I've still got my beefcake potion on, so might as well use it. Excuse me, do you know where I can find some grapes? And then he waddled away, waddle waddle. Come on, mate. Come on! Oh, down it one. Come on, sound that alarm. I know you want me. Alright. No, okay. That's alright. I'll level the playing field. Who got ghost dogs? Because that's fucking bullshit. My turn. Oh! Fuck 'em up, dogs! Let's go! Delicious! Good work, puppies. Good puppies. Good murder puppies. Let's clear out the rest of this camp. It was so nice of them to sound the alarm and bring everyone together for me, so I didn't have to go through the trouble of finding them all personally. That's just considerate hosting. Remember, not a puppy, shit werewolf. Ah, look who it is, Mr. Didn't want to fight with the rest of the crew. How'd that work out for you, mate? Alright. God damn it, that's gonna be stuck in my head now. Rock lobster. Alright, well the entrance has got to be around here somewhere. Yes, Sharky, you're right. Got to keep the grapes away from the dogs. It's not good for the little tum-tums, or for any kind of moral implications. Alright, so let's see if we can find the entrance. Hunter! Hunter. Remember, some of these places have basements. Remember, you can push the R trigger to swing your sword. I know. Bigamy, bigamy! It's gotta find it. There we go. All we had to do was grant the destruction. Focus, Raven! You're taking damage! Don't do that! Sorry. I don't mean to be a jerk. And Hunter, I appreciate it. I'd much rather people be like, oh hey, don't miss this cool thing, than not. Just don't tell me anything that's going to leap up and surprise us. But again, I'm fine with story beats. I'm fine with suggestions. I've just got the fucking crazy eyes about me today, you know?
How do you double jump?
I don't know. How do you double jump? Oh! I feel like that's the Longship equivalent of you getting me with a fucking up dog. Do 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 do. You're here. The Shibari grape. Okay, so we can give that to what's her face. And the Two Fingers heirloom. That's what you can bust out at the Quidger booth at PAX East. And before you ask, yes, it is mandatory that I destroy all of this stuff. I would rather not Lost Flowers. I would rather that I drink and forget. I'd rather that the gin of many days strips that memory from my mind. Come out, all in one, from the darkness underground, and let us offer unto Maiden Our Eyes. Maiden Our Eyes is the Stars in Our Eyes Elden Ring remake. Welcome to Maiden Eyes. Welcome, whoever your eyes. Alright, let me workshop that one. We'll come back to it. What's on the scores? George Dawes. George Dawes is now a gigantic beast monster. Alright.
Hello? Is someone there?
I got your eyeballs!
Donate any Shibari grapes in your possession to me. I'm on a pilgrimage in search of the distant light. And when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel the
I can't wait to
light in the
find
back
out
of
that
my
all
eyes.
the grapes we've been giving her and her pilgrimages we've helped her, you know, she's going to turn out into like a fucking super multi-eyed bloodborne
You're
demon.
not like the others who give me grapes, are you? They rest their trembling hands upon me. Howling wordlessly, they gently stroke my eyes.
What?
Their frail fingers, emaciated.
What?
Yet still, they give me the grapes. But you seem somehow firmer.
Yeah, it's nourishment. I've been working on it. I've actually got a belly these days. Good.
You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
And the blessings of the fingers
You are
upon
most
thee.
kind indeed. May the blessing of...
So, like, joking aside, like, as mimetic as, you know, the cult of the fingers are, I do think it's an interesting one because... Let's get rid of that. So we're doing here. Yeah, I guess we'll head up the road and take a right. Like, the idea of removing people's digits as a form of punishment, I always thought was kind of fascinating. That, again, it's one of those things that where both the false myth and the popular history kind of blend into one another a little. But so, like, the idea that the insult of is based on British bowmen who, when captured by the French, would have their two fingers removed to stop them from being able to pull a longbow, has been disproven multiple times. But it's kind of persisted in popular culture, or at least in British popular culture. And I find that interesting because, like, after a certain point, so long as the stereotype isn't ultimately harmful, like, the story gains on a weight of its own. You know? The fact that Hitler's only got one testicle is completely made up, but it might as well be true. Stuff like that. Oh, Moose heard it was captured spies circa World War II. Interesting. But the idea that in like a Ragnarok-esque culture, you know, a world based entirely on combat and combat prowess, that one's digits are one's business. You probably could, you know, do battle in this world if you didn't have complete command of your fingies, but it would be difficult. You know? I don't know. There's something more to it that my brain's trying to unpack. And it's, you know this, I know this, it's one of the things that FromSoft always does so well. It's taking things that should be silly and mimetic and random, and then giving them, like, weight and context. I think for a lot of people who played Dark Souls 1 the first time, I assume that's going to take me back to the Muscle Lord, so leave that for a second. But I think for a lot of us that got pulled into Dark Souls 1, it came from a lot of... At first, everything seemed so stupid, right? Like it was poorly translated schlock. And over time, we would come to realize that these things the game had put forward were actually really fucking cool. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? It's like a fucking automaton battleground. Alright, I'm gonna go the other way for now, but we're coming back this way. Akira says, I wonder if they're more exotic. Hey! A raid from a legend! Alright, let me find... Oh, there's a little spot up here I can rest at and say a proper hello. Friends, Hunt Showdown survivors, horror fanatics and legends. What? Oh, and welcome! To I'm a VO, the Bayou Diplomat. Please tell me that is in relation to Hunt Showdown, because that's the best. Marty Cow, all of you. What and welcome, friend. Marty Cow, I'm stressed beyond all recognition, but I'm doing good. It's GDC next week, and I am trying to juggle a gajillion things. But I'm doing good. How are you? Like, it feels like it's been a million years. Oh, and to Bayou Diplomat, thank you kindly for the follow. So very quickly, I stream for a living, but I also work in video games, and I have done since I crossed a witch who cursed me to be forever involved in video games. If you want to know everything and anything that doesn't relate to programming and asset creation in the games industry, I fucking got you. I'm also... Hey!
Pleasure to meet you, Will.
Fucking you! VO, thank you so much. Like, seriously. Oh yeah, the other thing is that, much like Marty Cow, I'm also a fellow Blackout Club survivor. I'm a The I Dare chosen. So, we actually got to catch up very briefly at PAX last year, and we got like a little picture of our Blackout Club tats together, which was real cool. Yeah, there's so many cons. Like, basically, Fiona and I kind of split in the next set. So, initially I was going to be working PAX... I was going to be working GDC and then PAX East. PAX East fell through, so Fiona's still running the charity pub crawl, but is, like, there for, like, a hot second and out, and is then working SakuraCon. So, I'm going to be a stay-at-home dad for a couple of weeks. But, yeah. So, yeah, Marty Cow, so how was your stream? What were you up to? Again... I cannot imagine anyone from my lot doesn't know Marty Cow, but if you don't, not only are they an awesome individual and a fellow Blackout Club survivor, but they are a trusted source when it comes to good horror stuff as well. A veritable spooky sommelier, if you will. And SakuraCon is not this weekend, but the weekend after, so the 28th. And Marty Cow is playing a bunch of different games. Feckin' yo. But friends, no, like, I watch a ton of Marty Cow stuff, and I highly recommend you do the same. Again, like, all the kind of, like, children of the Blackout Club, we kind of all tend to know each other back and forth, so I can't imagine any of my lot don't know you. Oh, Spookmillier is a good one. Thank you, Fearless. But yeah, so as for what we're doing today, so we're trundling around on Elden Ring. While I'm getting close to level 50 already, this is as far as we've gotten. And we're about to actually turn face and start heading down throughout here. So yeah, we've been nattering a lot about GDC today. I came up with something yesterday called the Sexy Matrix, which I'm very proud of, which is a way to understand sexy characters in video games and when they are uncomfortable and when they aren't, which I'm honestly very proud of. I encountered some like Marksman is south of March, the Lake Quilla. There was some manufactured outrage on TikTok the last couple of days about a sexy character in a PS5 game. Spoiler, no one in the games industry is outraged. Most people are barely aware this game even came out. But oh no, Marty Cow, get lurky. I will do my utmost to entertain your lovely audience. But yeah, basically some no-life boys were attempting to create a drama about sexy characters where no drama existed. And rather than getting mad at them and feeding the flames of a controversy that didn't exist, I decided to like sit down and actually think about like, okay, why is it that sometimes when we see characters in video games that are fucking hot, we're like, yes, that's great. And sometimes we see hot characters and it's like, this is uncomfortable. And so, yeah, I came up with the Matrix of Sexiness. And the TLDR of it is that basically on the cross, along one side, you have how sexy is the world? Or that is to say, does it make sense that these characters are sexy in the context of the world? And then the up-down axis is agency. Does the character have agency of themselves or agency within the narrative? Are they expressing a sexiness or has it been kind of weirdly put upon them? And that's what we were talking about earlier today. And it was real good. We've also been talking a lot about BizDev, the art of B2B funding in video games. Mate. Love your enthusiasm. We've been talking a lot about that with video game funding is very hard to come by right now. And, you know, I've been basically discussing how not everybody offering cash is from a veritable source right now. God, I will never get tired of doing that. With one of the big concerns at the moment being that the Saudi investment fund is going to be making a very aggressive push into video games. Mate, did you not see what I did to that whole squad? Alright, fucking check out Employee of the Month over here. Fucking hell. But yeah, that's the other thing we've been talking a lot about today. That and we've been helping Moose brainstorm a vertical slice for a giant robot... Oh, it's those fucking corpse balloons, isn't it? A giant robot dog game. Oh! Those horrific skin sacks basically drop squads of automatons? That's somehow better and worse. Ain't that for us. Oh, let's not keep them waiting. No, PVS, don't get me talking about Wanted Dead. Marty Cow brought these people here to be entertained, not unhinged. These people were brought over as, you know, as an after party, not as a, like, cursed therapy session. They don't deserve that. Oh, actually, let me get my emergency daggers. God, I gotta learn how to make those. The poison daggers aren't my strongest, but in case I need to shoot that fucking balloon down. Oh, fuck me! Alright! That didn't go as planned. Boop. We could be hinged. Alright, so I'll give you all the cliff notes if you've just shown up. So, Wanted Dead is a game that broke my brain. Alright? It is made by the remnants of the same team who made an incredibly cursed game on the Wii called The Devil's Third. That story is basically the bloke who ran that studio must have pulled off some shady nonsense to keep the team going. He succeeded. The Devil's Third finally came out after like 10 years in development, which is fucking wild. And he quit his studio to go make NFT games, which I'm sure is going swimmingly. Anyway, the remnants of his team were acquired by a larger company, and somehow they managed to pull together this action bizarrity called Wanted Dead. And here's where it gets weird. So Wanted Dead is a combination shooty gun bang, high-speed action game, very much evocative of things like Ninja Gaiden Black and stuff like that. It is set in an alternate future where you play parts of the zombie unit, criminals who now work as like special forces SWAT teams to reduce their sentence. Yeah, I know, cheesy as. And Wanted Dead is either one of the dumbest, stupidest video games ever made, or is one of the greatest works of genius. And here's the problem. I can't tell you which it is. I have analysed this game, I've thought about it, I've played it. It is either Garth Marenghi's video game, or it is The Room. And again, I don't know which. Oh, I'm not dying to you, dingleberries. And the thing is, I've become obsessed with it because I'm still trying to ascertain. Like, there are parts of the game that feel a little bit unfinished, and there are parts of the game that feel a little bit rough around the edges. But then there are other parts that just feel inspired. Like, for example, the most famous voice actor on the cast is the same person who played Quiet in Metal Gear Solid, a character who is famous for not saying anything. There is a narrator that only shows up once, at one point in a game, to talk about the history of ramen. And they are literally credited as the narrator, like that's what they pop up as in the subtitles. They never appear before or again. Suddenly, all flashbacks are fully animated anime shorts. There's a karaoke minigame that's mandatory. And it feels weird and dumb, like a Yakuza minigame done poorly, but it's mandatory. But then so is the time you spend with your co-workers is mandatory downtime. There is a genuine deaf character that actually signs, who is the explosives expert. Is that brilliant representation? Is that just easy shorthand dumb isms? I don't know! Wanted Dead is going to be my fucking Roman Empire. Alright? Oh, sorry about the interruption there. Just checking something very quickly. Okay, sorry. Nothing super stressful. With it being GDC week, I do have to keep an eye on any like DMs or messages or stuff like that. But we're doing good. All right. Now, so Moddy Cage, you're right. It can be both, and you know the fact is that bad art, or I should say poorly made art, can also be important to us. It can be good. Like, it doesn't matter if Wanted Dead is a garbage game or a brilliant game, right? If it made me feel like it was saying something, if I was able to get that experience from it, that's super valid, right? Ow! Pokey no pokey. Got enough spears there, mate? Save anybody for anybody else? I have a serious arrow problem. Oh, lordy, lordy. But the thing is, because I seek to understand games, I want to understand what they're trying to say artistically and, like, better express why they're good. That's why it's kryptonite for me. Like, because my desire to know what it's trying to say essentially puts me in this infinite loop, an unknowable problem forever presented. Is it genius? Or is it just things they smash together? I can try. Jonas is asking if I can shoot one of the sky balloons. Yeah, I can give it a shot. I've got some daggers. Oh, cool! Ha! Wait, what's that? Huh. Cool, thanks for that. Wait, did it start raining because I popped the balloon? Did I do this? Fine. Don't let me have any fun. Pop. But it does seem to give us some cheeky runes, so that sounds cool. That's cool. Yeah, no, so Lost Flowers, that was the thing, is that the lass that played Quiet is an incredibly accomplished performer and a great voice actor, like, hands down. And one of the things they did as a promotion for the show was they had that character make an in-universe cooking show. The point when you meet the lass who plays Quiet's character in Wanted Dead, she's already essentially left doing this cooking show. And the cooking show also sums up that, like, the world is on the brink, you know, good food is hard to come by, so on and so forth. But then, if we take that into consideration, it means that the ramen that they're having for the ramen minigame is actually, like, a fucking delicacy. Right? Like, the more you stare at it, the more it changes. The more you come to understand about it, the less you know. It's fucking games analysis kryptonite. And so, like, what's fascinating is that the person who plays the lead character has this really difficult to pin down European accent. And it is that person's, like, first role in a video game. But we've already seen that they had the budget to bring in some talent, right? And sometimes some of the dialogue is so fucking weird in how it's delivered and how it's put together. But it's intentional. Or maybe it's not. Like, maybe they accidentally had loads of extra lines to record they forgot about. Or maybe suddenly they realised they didn't have the budget to do proper recording sessions and had to just belt them out. But then again, the whole weird, you know, strange 80s cop vibe of it, maybe it's supposed to be evocative of that. Like, again, it's fucking kryptonite for analysis. Okay, so that's where we were earlier. There's nothing across the world there. So I guess we keep going this way. Anyway, so to those that came in from Marty Cows, I can't promise that you'll get the same thing that I got out of Wanted Dead. I hope you do. Like, I really do. But I can't promise it. But what I will say is that if you see it kicking around on sale, if you see it for an affordable price, I recommend it. Is this the end for zombie Shakespeare? Booty slam! Ah! I killed that guy with my butt. I love this game so much. Oh, we found a little patch of sunflowers. Oh, bless them. They were guarding a little garden. Oh, well. They're dead now. Because, friends, I can't think of another game that has that same vibe. In that we don't know, right? Like, there are loads of moments in... Forgive the hyperbole example, but it's just what my brain went. Like, Undertale. Undertale is so fucking funny, and it sometimes has the funniest dumb humor. But we know it's intentional. It's very much taking that that Earthbound inspiration and carrying it forward, which is fucking cool. Love that. Oh, what's your deal, mate? Are you attached, or are you just free balling? You good, buddy? Is that a yes or a no? How did you dodge that? Alright, can we just get a reset on this? That was embarrassing for both of us. Ow! That's my skull. Booty slam! Oh no! My stanky booty was enough to stun him. Can't believe he slapped me! It's fucking rude. Oh, not up in the... Oh, he's got that nasty grundle. Oh, did he have to land on me? Oh, that was gross on so many levels. Let's never talk about that. Ice Crid, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh, excuse me. I found one of the other carriages. Let's see what we would have won. Ooh, a tree spear. Oh, absolutely fucking not Lost Flowers. Absolutely not. Ah, bug. Didn't expect it here. Oh, the Silverfly. Let's pick that up. If only I had a friend. No. All by myself. Don't wanna be. Oh, I shouldn't be doing this. I am risking it for a biscuit I do not have. I have not a jammy dodger, nor a plan. Okay. That's enough biscuit risking. But yeah, no, so friends, can you think of any other games where the intent is so hard to pin down? Oh yeah, Akira Zero, I had forgotten about that, but I remember you saying now, like, yeah, you had playtested The Devil's Third. The fact that that was a Nintendo exclusive, and whatever nonsense the studio head, what's his name, Mr. Dead or Alive, pulled to make that happen, I still don't know. That game should not have come out. I don't mean that it doesn't have the right to. Ultimately, it was a bad game, but there's no way that studio had 10 years of funding. There's no way that Nintendo put up that much cash to make it happen. Something happened. I don't want to speak for the entirety of the United Kingdom, but I think it's safe to say that risk it for a biscuit is a Britishism.
Risk it for a biscuit? Roger has no dodger.
We are jamless heathens. And Vanderbeast, and all of you, fucking thank you. I feel like I'm flitting between Elden Ring obsession and just bouts of mania today. Not medical mania, but just, I don't know. My body's severely out of whack at the moment. And yesterday I felt like I was just struggling all day. Today I just feel like fucking wee! How did I survive that? Fucking hell. I should not have survived that. Alright, Eagle Lives is backing me up. Risk it for a brisket. As 100% Britishism. Although, risk it for a brisket would be awesome. Okay. Let's get this fight back under control. Puppies, no. Listen here, you shitty werewolf. Alright, now it's time for Gangalore, the many-armed. There we go. Jobs are good. Risk it for a brisket definitely sounds like a Texanism. Oh, I can fucking murder a brisket. Like an actual murder, like with a detective and everything. Werewolf is right there. But yeah, so thank you for putting up with all my lunacy today. I do appreciate it, friends. It's never expected and always welcome. But yeah, the thing we talked about earlier about how we want there to be one creative person that we can attribute to things when it comes to games is really interesting in that it very rarely is a game, the creation of one person. That vibe, that feeling that games evoke in us, while it can have a cohesion, it is the work of a great many people. And I feel that at least for a certain amount of cinema the same is true, but it's often attributed to one performer or one director, right? I was having a real tailspin last night, and do not worry, I talked to some peeps back home in the UK, and it was a real lovely little chat, and I definitely was doing better for it. I was in a spin yesterday because real life stuff plus that feeling of not getting enough done. That feeling when you start listing off all the things you should be doing in an evening, and then, yeah, cue the tailspin. Try crouching. But anyway, sorry. After I kind of got my feelies under me, I had this real, shit, I should just put some telly on, I'll clean the kitchen, because that's something that I can do. That's something that I can do to affect my environment immediately and make it better. Could not find anything to fucking watch. And so I just got down this rabbit hole of, just, what's a director I like? What have they made? And I started to realise that I was just attributing all of the works of these people towards just an person. You know what I mean? And video games are so strange because, yeah, again, they're so frequently like a massive collaborative effort. what's so fascinating about FromSoft, it was a very... FromSoft's always been a very... Oh, bastard! A very collaborative experience, right? Oi! Oh, they're too short! Bastard! Nearly fucking killed me then. The assassins are so low to the ground, my side sweep didn't hit them. Wait, I know this area. No, I don't. This is new. Okay, gotta be on my toes here, so sorry. And Gear Graphic, Watto and welcome. It's doing real good. We went down to the subterranean area, but I'm still not quite ready for it, so we're just exploring and nattering. And also hoovering up goodies. Now, Gear Graphic, are you talking about the leaping booty stomp? There we go, that's how we get it done. Vulgar militia armor. Ooh, fancy. I don't know what we found down here, but this feels like I'm stumbling upon some great stuff. Oh no, I was going to talk about how, like, the thing that I admire so much about From Software is that however they have their team structured, they absolutely let people work on different kinds of projects, right? Like, I see things in the varying projects they've done throughout the years. Like, I see how each title that FromSoft has put together has helped influence the others. And so rather than, like, compartmentalizing their teams, they've let people work on a myriad of different things, right? And that learning has expanded kind of everyone's knowledge. It doesn't feel like it does with some American studios where it all becomes about, you know, one or two very, very creative people, and everyone else is working in service of that. So I did fight the Tarnished Eater, but I haven't gone any further into the Redlands. So, hey up, bastard. Somber shimmering stone. Lovely. God, this game's pretty. Oh, excuse me. So now if we head back up the other side of these, there may be something to discover. But no, it was one of the things of, like, coming back to Armored Core 6 and seeing how they'd taken lessons learnt from the Souls series, Bloodborne, etc., and funneled those into their other franchises was so heartwarming because, like, and again, I can only guess, I don't know, but if you had to ask my shamanistic senses on this, if you had to ask me, like, emotionally, I would say that it's because the team are allowed to work on different projects. They're allowed to be part of different projects at both a conceptual and a creative level. And thank you, Gear. I'm liking this. It's got like a Baby Berserk kind of vibe. Or at least like the wolf guy we found earlier. Welcome to Cliff Bottom Catacombs. I will be your host, Mr. Bouquet. It's Bucket. It's pronounced Bucket. But yeah. So friendos, I'm just going to take a quick little break before we descend into the catacombs. I just need to grab some water or something. Some painkillers. But I don't know if what I'm saying is of value to you all. I don't know if what I'm saying really makes a whole lot of sense. At this point, I do kind of feel like the village crazy man who's looking at a bucket full of bones and being like, "Ah, this means that the business structure of From Software is surprisingly flexible, with few egotistical prickheads." You know, that kind of feels like where I'm at. But honestly, I would swear blind. And I think the fact that with Japanese companies, people stay in Japanese companies for a long time, it's like From Software has turned that into one of the Japanese games industry's weakness into a strength. You know, if you're assured of your place in a studio, but also are getting to express yourself creatively in different projects, fuck yeah. You know, that's what big studios should be offering people. You know, not locked into an ever-increasingly specified role where one day you wake up and your entire job is modelling realistic horse testicles. Oh, Fearless has just finished clearing Cliff Bottom Catacombs. Well, remember, if you leave me messages or die down here, I get to see it. And for those of you who have just joined us, we do have Longship is the name of our group with a capital L. So if you want to leave me messages or just die hilariously, you can. Or if you want to see my deaths. I keep saying we're going to do this big multiplayer.
Are you the Count de Money? It's de Monet.
Are you the Count de Monet? It's pronounced de Monet. Thank you, Numbers. But yeah, at some point you will all get basically weapons free on Hunting Will. This game keeps pulling me in. I'm too much of a fan. Alright, break time, and then to be continued.
Don't laugh at me. In my defense, there was leftover sausage from yesterday. I just wanted to grab some and kind of snack it down. I didn't have enough hands, so I just stuffed it all into my cheeks like a hamster. And Fiona's in the other room being like, "Oh yeah, you know there's leftover sausage," and all I could go was, I'm a classy guy. I'm a classy guy. All right, let's crawl some dungeon. Oh, yeah. So let me show you the multiplayer stuff for now. This is what we've been rocking with at the moment. So, I do have the Witch's Finger and other such goodies to work with. Class act below God. Actually, yeah, I'm 49, but 50's coming. Never is. Why do I always try? I'm an absolute sucker. All right. Oh, we meet again. My character's entire philosophy in this is just don't get hit. Proceeds to get hit repeatedly. Guess hidden path ahead. Jump attack ahead. I mean, fuck that door, I guess, but... Oh, weird. That was supposed to maybe warn us about an ambush or something. Okay. But yeah, so okay, going back. I really feel like with these catacombs, they used a lot of what they learned from the Chalice dungeons to create the feeling of these twisting, winding, unknowable labyrinth. But without breaking the bank in terms of, like... When did you get a sword, mate? My one's bigger than your one. Legend, welcome back. And honestly, I think that's added a lot of depth to him. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we see something similar to the Chalice dungeons, i.e., like, dungeons that can be played ad infinitum. Like the... Oh god, he's big and bad down there, isn't he? It's time for crafting! Remember, friends, everybody's weak to fire. And there's no such thing as a cheap win in a FromSoft game. The idea of just manually throwing these is kind of amusing. I could equip them, or I could just keep doing this, which feels thoroughly entertaining.
There's no such win as a cheap win in Dark Souls. Oh, beans! 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 Okay, that was good. How them arrows working out for you? Thank you, Handy Trap. Oh, you dingus. And I do wonder in this if it's so extreme as like fire demons heal from fire and shit like that. Oh, I don't like that noise. Something here. Yeah, how you like me now? Props to that guy for going for a full-on, alas, poor Horatio, I knew him well. With his death. Alright. So we've got... Oh! It's a sub-boss. Alright, we can do that. Thank you, Wheeler Dealer. Been taking inspiration from everybody's favourite Twink of the Month, Cloud. Oh, fuck me running. Absolute little gobshites. Woo! I can't believe these little bastards threw pots at me. Revenge! Come back here, you little shits! Fucking delinquent bastards. So Wheeler Dealer, what and welcome. How are you doing? I didn't remember that one. Legend was saying they loved it in Adventure Quest that with one enemy, if you hit them with elemental damage, they would heal, but you could heal them so hard that they exploded. Thank you. I think a rune arc is a good thing. Oh, Wheeler was saying these dudes crapped me when I first went in here. They have been bullying me since I started playing. Yeah, sure, let's use the stone sword key. That way I don't have to come back here. But yeah, I got me my my Sword of the Berserk, and I'm having a bloody good time with it. So yeah, Wheeler Dealer, how are you doing, friend? Ooh, the Nox Mirror Helm. Stylish. So it's probably got some cool lore in it. Thank you once again for all the animus that you put out. Mashal continues to give me life. And Free Ren has been... Okay, I'd love it if Free Ren would stop doing these wizard test arcs. But ultimately it is beautiful and I am enjoying it. Solo leveling has got to be some of the cheesiest anime nonsense that I'm currently enjoying. Oh, and I finally started watching Under Ninja as well, which has been... I really respect with Under Ninja how they're doing so much with such a small budget. Because I'm still hoping that one day we get a really good anime adaptation of I Am a Hero. Caffeine says I think the first class mage thing is almost over. Okay. And hey, look, having a bit of pacing is fine. I don't hate it. Legend, are you telling me I'm getting a Free Ren X Road to El Dorado crossover? Because that's what I'm reading. And, yeah. I'm still not quite sure what it is that has made me love solo leveling so much. Because I feel like anytime I think about the plot for a minute, my brain goes, wait a second, that's fucking dumb. That's dumb and stupid. I'm like, it is, but then... Like, oh my god, I can't wait for the next episode. And Free Phoenix, hey, no worry, friend. You're under no obligation. It's lovely to have you back. I hope you're doing splendid. So MDH, solo leveling, the pitch, and it's very anime. So, years ago, portals started appearing all across South Korea and Korea. These portals lead to dungeons filled with monsters and goblins and demons. If the dungeon isn't destroyed, if the boss of the dungeon isn't killed within a week, the creatures inside the dungeon are allowed to pour out into the real world. Here's the catch. These creatures can only be harmed by magic or magic weapons. Magic has now been introduced into the world, and everybody who has any affinity for magic is essentially awakened. But the catch being that your magical power can never increase. You know, going from E all the way up to S rank in terms of magical ability. We follow one character who has somehow unlocked the ability to level up. He is the only person in the world who can do this. He can get stronger by fighting more. And is essentially given like a very video game mechanics system in a world where people running dungeons has been just a part of, you know, of modern day life and the economy for quite some time now. You know, popular hunter guilds are called in on special missions and make large amounts of money, like selling and reworking things they acquire in the dungeons. And that's it. We have a Generosaur protag who is known as the weakest hunter ever, who turns into Cool McBadass. And again, it should be some SAO type nonsense. I should hate it, but there's something about it that's got its hook into me. And I think it's the application of game mechanics for just an person, you know, but... Oh. But the thing is, like, I've got a real weakness for a lot of that pitch, you know. I love The Tower of Druga, is one of my favourite anime of all time. And I really binged Decadence, which isn't inherently good, but it does have the best... what if we were actually living in a live service video game? Oh yeah, I was going to check to see what the fancy hat does. Alright, a helm fashioned from crystal looking glass. One among the Eternal City's ritual implements. Easily broken and weak against attacks. Worn by those committed to high treason. It wards off the intervention of the Greater Will and its vassal fingers. What does that mean? Yeah, Legend, I think you're right that it knows its troops and it does it. Like, what's fascinating about it is how, like, it really does feel like some self-aggrandizing, self-insert character stuff. And yet, I don't hate it. Usually I have a limited patience for, I want to be the coolest guy who was ever a cool guy because everyone said bad things about me. Ow. Shit. God, their attack patterns are so mean. Also, I appear to have an arrow in my kidney. Once again, friends, these are the hardest working kidneys in video games. Aurora Boring Alice says, what are you talking about? You wear a reflective mirror helmet so they can't hear your thoughts. Sounds reasonable. Who's they? What's an aluminum falcon? Look, I understand. I'm still narratively in the paddling pool, right? They're slowly introducing groups and concepts to us. And I have a ways to go, but... It's the Illuminati, duh. How foolish of me. I should have known. Watch my ruddy foot in. But no, just for as much as life keeps giving us challenges, what I will say, at least like the anime industry keeps giving us bangers, and I'm very grateful for that. Wait, how am I above now? Oh, you fucking didn't! Little bastards. Well, I tell you what, so Legend and Peeps, at some point we'll have like an Elden Ring, like cocktails and lore evening. You tried. Well done. Please accept this participation trophy. So bad. I did get gargoyled. Oh, yes, the death counter. Is this the day we hit 100 deaths? Let's go! Ferric says that deciphering any From Software game sounds daunting. So while I don't inherently disagree with you, what I would say is that it's not required, right? Like, no one's gonna give you shit. Yeah, come on, bastard. Being like, oh, you don't understand how the Bloodborne lore works. It's more a case of you can play through these games, it's a pure action game, and not give a hot diddly fuck. But if you want a deep dive, it's there. I'd like, Ferric, I love the YouTube deep dive stuff, I really do. Although again, I do draw the line at anything that is data mined, because if you want to talk about the world and its intent, stuff that has been cut, that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. But one thing that's fair is that a larger portion of these games really are free for interpretation and understanding, and that's something that I love about my sword's bigger than your sword. That's one of the things I fucking love about this. Yeah, I mean, Sturdy, I listen to a lot of Vati Vidya, or whatever his handle is. Love his work. And I've definitely been drinking with Floydo a few times talking about, like, the greater lore of the Soulsian franchise. How you like them arrows? And so you know what, Ferric? That's a very, very good point. Like, if you have a brain type that wants, like, okay, no, this is the true answer on it. I do think that with a lot of the From lore, it does give you that. You know, one of the things that I do love about Hollow Knight is how so much of it is truly understandable, but there's also a lot which is very free to interpretation. So, Caffeine, I know. So, that time I got reincarnated as slime, I absolutely want to play that game. I want to play that, basically, that, like, civilization building, like, almost, basically like a Keeper RL / Dwarf Fortress / Civ game that kind of grows out like that. Like a wild mix of systematic systems and alliances and things like that. Again, I don't know if I could recommend I Got Reincarnated as a Slime. It is funny and it does go places, but I found it more inspirational than anything else. It's the game I wish I could just play. You know, the idea of starting as just one lowly little creature, and then through hard work and good times, you end up forming a whole nation and upgrading the balance of power and things like that. Like, that's fun. Got a little hit on me. I'm not gonna let those cheeky buggers throw pots at me again. Legend, that would be fucking cool. Oh, you're a nimble bastard, ain't you? There we go. Somebody wants a hug. Now, I will say that as it currently stands, I still feel that Bloodborne is the absolute pièce de résistance in terms of, like, video game lore. But mainly because Bloodborne's world is so much easier to communicate than, say, Elden Rings or Dark Souls. Because, I mean, it's just Victorian England cranked up to 11, right? You can hear the little chimney sweep voices being like, I have the black lung. Like, it makes sense as a world. With this, are we in Valhalla? Are we in the... We're in the worlds between. What does that mean? What does this mean? So understanding the stakes is a big part of that. But God, I love the style of it. I love the fact that through procedural generation, like, people had to come to understand, like, the Numerian tombs and things like that. No! I'm not losing my shit to you dingleberries again! Oh, you bastards are the worst. Ugh, shit. But I'll be obsessed with the concept of the Chalice dungeons for as long as I live. Because, like, we've used procedural generation for a lot of things, but the idea of using procedural generation for lore is so wild, because you'd have to have a community that gets it, that you could hide these things in. And From did. They absolutely fucking did, and I love that. I'm sorry, are we just not doing attacks now? No! What? "96 isn't nice at all. I love how I invite you all here and I'm like, yes, we'll talk about the video games industry, deconstruction of art. What I end up doing is screaming obscenities at gargoyles. Deadlier than some of the bosses we've encountered. These fucking imps. "69. When you only have one bed, but you're mad at each other." Ah, yes, the old top to tail. Right, 609 is leave room for Jesus. Sorry. And Barricade, you're not wrong. Discussing the games industry does occasionally come with it screaming at gargoyles. Oh. Oh, it's one of the... God, I nearly freaked the fuck out then. One of the flames behind us. 609 is the pushy dog that wants cuddles. Okay, I do like that. But mate, I know you're there. Shoink. Not gonna need grave violet or fucking root resin for a while. Oh, so Free Phoenix, one of the things I found fascinating is that that seems to have made the news. So, Ferric was saying, did I hear that the Deep Rock Galactic devs are reaching out to the Helldivers teams after, you know, communities mentioned the game's similarities? Yeah, I mean, the cool thing about the indie game scene is, like, indie devs do talk to each other, you know? We share ideas. Like, especially, well, okay, Helldivers isn't indie, but small teams are very, very collaborative. It's one of the great things about, like, the video game space, right? What is interesting is how, like, Helldivers has reached such a level of popularity, and, you know... Thank you. Deep Rock Galactic is no stranger to its share of success. That, like, the idea of them even sharing a coffee gets people, like, hot bothered. And don't get me wrong, I love that. It's just, it's wild to stop and think about. God, I have enough to level up after this. If I keep my runes, alright. Actually, that's a good point. So what have I got? I'm going to go for the charge attack because the consecutive hasn't really been my my needed. Get that extra bit of oomph. That extra bit of oofta. Haymaker. No hugs for you! You are denied! And there we go! Give me your head! Legend, I don't have a talisman for jump attack yet. Ooh. For when you absolutely positively need a wonky axe. Let's go. You little shits. Look, I know I can't poison a stone gargoyle. It's about the principle of the matter. Oh shit. Where are you, mate? I know you're here. Okay, there you are. Death rains from above! Aha! Poor hugless demon. Don't even with me. Oh. I would say, though, money no question, and dev time no worry. I would love to do something like the Tower of Druga. The idea of basically taking the Chalice Dungeon thing and flipping it on its head, with it essentially being like a group collaborative experience. You know, the idea of working together as a squad, slowly chipping away, getting resources, moving away from like a craft and survive to like moving up this tower with one great challenge involved. With the idea of doing this kind of storytelling and this kind of like puzzle and discovery, but essentially as a group experience. I know I keep saying group experience, but I mean like rather than, for example, something like an MMO or a huge multiplayer game, something that is played in groups with friends. I think Valheim made a really good business model case study for that, and I'd love to emulate it. Alright. Maroon's back. Magic dudes. Oh, you little bastards! Yes! Die in a shitty gargoyle's grave. I'd say it wasn't personal, but it absolutely the fuck is. You! No, fuck down here. Get him! Okay. So I can't help but notice we seem to be in something of a wizard's track. Right? So that's where we climb down. That's where we need to be. Aha! Oh, you little shits! Just fucking stay there, mate. Sorry. No, I've not been bullying wizards. I should. Yeah, caffeine. Let it die. But with Valheim's group play, the idea of like, you got to get to the top of the Tower of Barbs. But instead of it being like a massively multiplayer live service title, oh, I shouldn't even really call it massively multiplayer, just interconnected, like everyone. Making it something that is more group experiential. Fuck, I'm not dying here. Oh, just fucking try to warn me. Alright. So we came through there. Now, there was another beastie that we could drop down to fight. Maybe that's where we've got to go? There's nothing here. Try pickle. Try pickling these. No, sorry. Okay. This is where Big Man came from. There's nothing here. So, Numbers, I don't want to speak with any kind of authority because the chances are there is actually an equivalent to the drop wig in Elden Ring, and I just haven't fought it yet. And it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. The problem is these little gobshites are just perfect for ruining my day. Squirrely fucks. Okay. Now you're stinky.
No! I ain't going out like that! Fight bosses with ease. Beasts, wiggly demon bastards like there's no tomorrow. But for whatever reason, this fucking place. Ooh, a hefty beast bone. Reminds me of a friend I knew in college. Oh, speaking of which. No! Oh! My bones! I fucking need those bones. So bad. But yeah, I don't want to call any of these buggers the drop wig, because in previous Soulsian games there have been creatures that have literally dropped onto our faces and attached. Hell, we had that in the early battle dungeon we did. Like, how long have we been in this fucking dungeon for? I don't remember my life before I came down here. Damn it. There we go. Little shits. Okay, on the plus side, we know we've got to go down. So I can spend less time faffing around up this way. Well, it's been 3 years. I no longer remember the face of my wife and child. Oh, fuck, I missed it. I mean, joking aside though, these fucking gargoyle gremlin bastards are perfect. Are fucking perfect as like... They're so random in their attack patterns, and they go low, they go high, and the fact that they stack bleed as well. No! Dishonor on your house, dishonor on your cow, dishonor on your fucking family! Does that make it 98? Does that make it 98? Oh, fuck off, lads. Is it too early to say if? Repop my ears a scream so loud. I don't even remember what life was like before I came to this fucking dungeon. Who was I? What were my loves? What were my passions? What was happiness?
this episode, Will's just... I'm just going full-on blasé. Oh, you absolute bastard! Because the thing is, once I've got this down, once I've got the door open, well, then I'm set. That's one. I'm wiping out your whole family and I'm going to glass this fucking dungeon. Look at the pretty flowers, you gigantic bad word. Fight me! I lost all my souls! Fight me! Ah! Straight to the knees. And Nels, welcome back, friend. Yeah, that's actually, that's canonically what this is made out of. It's adventurer beard hair. No, I'm going for this kind of shaggy berserk look. Which is not to be confused with Berserk Shaggy or Shaggy from Scooby-Doo going berserk. Those are three separate characters. Like yoinks, Griffith? Ah! No! No! I cannot replace guts with Shaggy in my head. Fuck, it's too late. Alright. And you're back! Page Ashes as a summon. Alright, I can't wait to see what fucking gargoyle ambush is coming. Be wary of left, I'm sure. That's right, you dingle. I'm actually doing that thing, you know, in racing games. When you start kind of clenching and leaning into the corners to make it happen. I've realised I've started doing that when fighting these gargoyles because I'm so desperate for the sword hit to land, you know? Old Fang. Now I'm going to head back upstairs. I'm going to sit at the fucking bonfire. I'm going to let my blood cool for a second, and then we'll take on whatever this catacomb boss is. Oh. Little spot there. Okay, so Lizzie's alright. Alright, let's put a prediction on it. Let's put some bets on it, okay? So Lizzie thinks, are we gonna hit 100 deaths by the top of the hour? So that means that I've got I've just got to survive for like the next 30 minutes or so. But I am going to be trying to take on this boss, which means for this boss at least, I get 2 tries. Let's put that as a prediction. So, one half, do you think I can make it through the next 30 minutes without going over 100? Or do you think I'm going to die in the next 100... do you think I'm going to die 2 times in the next 30 minutes? Are we going to hit 100 by the top of the hour? Oh, just so many runes. I'm so mad. So mad. Alright. Ooh, okay. I tell you what, Real Hunter, that's a good bet. If we get down to the last, like, 10 minutes, top of the hour, if I make it to 99, let's just ring the bell. Let's see if I can... Legend says, is looking up the boss cheating? I don't know. So, let me... I can't see which team is which. Caffeine on the quick draw. Okay, so I'm gonna guess that Team A thinks I'm gonna make it. Hey! Jay, Watto, and welcome. Greetings, one and all. Hello, hello. I'm about to take on a boss at number 4, and currently there is a prediction up to decide whether or not I'm going to be able to survive the next 20 minutes without dying twice. Almost at 100 deaths. So I'm gonna get to fighting. But Jay, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. Watto, and welcome! Was it just a flower there? Is something else? No, just a flower. Okay. Oh. That was nearly a very bad start. Oh shit! So, Jay, did they finally drop the space expansion for Factorio? Because that's fucking cool. Also, I did change my potion to stop myself from exploding, which was fun. But oh, and McWigglestick, Watto, and welcome. Lovely to see you. Right, potions. Traverse the mist. Oh, this bell end. Alright, puppies are out. Let's go. Oh, fuck me. Alright, got an idea. Booty stomp! No, 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 no! Booty stomp! No! Oh, I don't like this. Ha-ha! First time, every time. However, that does mean that, friends, the game has changed. Let me just grab the goodies. Yeah, honestly, that cat bastard has been far worse to me in the past. Fucking glad to be out of this. However, let me just quickly go have a sit down. So, I've got 25 minutes to survive. Let's fucking do it. Alright, we're opening up the pit. Will Hunters. The Goodwill Hunters, if you will. This is what you need. Group password, Longship. Multiplayer password, Friendo. 20 minutes. I don't have to win. I have to survive. It's Longship with a capital L. At least this is a nice place for a fight to the death. It's worse places. Oh, it's already happening. Alright. How much time do I have? Where are the branches? Where's the hiders thing? Oh, I don't have those. I thought I had something. Nope. I'm fucking doodle dude. Alright. Yeah, to be fair... Alright, I got 20 minutes to survive. Alright, so Jay, thank you for bringing your squad in. Sorry that everyone's kind of come in as it's a bit chaotic, but I'll have to check out the Factorio stuff. I hope you're having a splendid midweek, and to be continued. Oh, let's turn that off. Don't want to advertise our tasty status. There's no way they can see my sword. Oh, I'm so clever. Oh. Don't rat me out! I am the champion, legitimately. Totally fucking won that. What the hell? I guess they fucking fell off or some shit. Round one goes to Will. Super decent sombrero. Yep, got him. I can't believe how good I am at PvP already. Fuck off. Wee. I don't know what they must have done. Okay, PTS. Alright, head down. Dibba dibba dibba. Dibba dibba dibba. 19 minutes on the clock, friends. Ooh, that must be them there. So do invaders have to fight the varying creatures? Who the best? I'm the best. Oh yeah. Na 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 na. Oh no! He's found me! No! 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 Whoop 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 whoop. Whoop! 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 Literal pants on fire. Nope. Nope. Ah! Fuck that! Fuck that. Fuck this. Fuck all of this. Aha! Whoop 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 whoop! Ah! Oh! You think I'm not healing? You don't know this game. This is not honorable combat! This is dishonorable combat! How does he keep finding out where I am? Do you think it's my great big sword? The fuck is madness? Oh god! Ooh, is that enough fucking bullshit there? Damn. No mercy. Alright. I gotta survive for 16 more minutes. Okay. Give my little fingers a little run. Okay.
To be upon thee and all of your ILK.
You speak the old words. References and memes far gone.
Maybe I should use the cheeky old Roger's rapier. Okay. Once more with feeling. So okay, yeah. So do invaders in this? Do they also have to fight NPCs? I'm really curious as to how that last person got fucking killed. You know? Look, you little bastards, just knock it off. Jesus. Hopefully. They'll never find me in this nettle patch.
Hey, he's over here.
Shut up. Rat me out.
13 minutes, that's all I've got to survive for. This is legit. Oh, there's no fucking shade. This could work. This could work. Ah, beans! Yeah! No friends, no friends. No friends, no friends. Sir! Fucking hell! Nope. New plan! Fucking don't! Oh, beans. 13 minutes. I've just got to be annoying for 13 minutes. 11 minutes! Fucking job's a good one. It's right on my arse though. Nope. We'll lose him in the fog. Oh, shit. Look, Lobster, I know I talked a lot of shit last time, but we cool, right? We cool? Buddy? Lobster pal? Yeah, there's no way he's falling for that. I plan to be more annoying than any man you have ever fought! That's so... Bugger. Yeah. This is the end for Zombie Shakespeare. Range is weird. We fucking go. Oh, come on! Balls! Balls, 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 balls. Balls. The 100 deaths has been hit. Well, Vern, thank you for believing in me that believes in you.
99 Viking blonde deaths on the board. 99 Viking blonde deaths. Take him down, cheers all around. 100 Viking blonde deaths on the board.
And Dustin, thank you for the bits. We did it. 100 has been hit. I don't feel bad though. The double slash has got a little bit more of a range than I would have expected. But that's just experience. One bit for each fail. I thought you already snuck out, Wheeler Dealer. I thought you had already. I think you're gonna witness my shame. Fucking terrors, the lot of you. Terrors! Tell you though, got that old school adrenaline going, you know. Back with some of the earlier FromSoft titles, where dueling would get really intense. I guess before I kind of get along with that.
Cheers for giving me a good fight.
Oh, wait, Fearless, was that you and me? Then I am so sorry if I said offensive things. I didn't know it was you. But that was a lot of fun. So, then, again, congratulations to Fearless for getting the first proper win. Like, good on you. I felt like that was a good fight, and as someone pointed out, there was one moment where it's like both of us back to back. Balls for 100. I think we could have named that better. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Whew. That was a good fight. That was a good fight. I should have probably thought that was kind of fighting against Peeps and you. Especially the amount of times I was like, don't tell him where I am. I don't know. And repeatedly saying, I'm going to be the most annoying fight that there's ever been. Ah, now bird bones. So the invader gets a little mark on their compass showing the way to the host. Okay, so it's possible to hide in like a dense area, but as I run away, I am noted. And yeah, we'll have some proper duels and whatnot. Like at this point, I really want to start getting stuff like the whatever the hiding magic is, or the equivalent of when we all pretended to be lecterns in Dark Souls 3, which might still be one of the funniest moments. My adrenaline calmed down. So I take it at this point. So like with traditional games, the enemies don't attack invaders. I assume there's some object that turns the tables, but it's not something that I have access to at the moment. So friends, I'm gonna head back to the round table. I'm not calling the stream right this second, but I've taken some painkillers and stuff. My hands are giving me a whole bunch of trouble right now, so I need to take a little breather, and this might be the end of our adventures tonight. Like, we've done 5.5 hours. I haven't been skimping on my streamage. Oh, so I already have the mimic. So I already have the mimic fail. I've got the wonderful and I've got the thank you stones. Should equip those later. The mimic's veil. Oh. Okay. There's also some items with the bell-bearing statues and the round hole. Okay. Well, I did also pick up a bunch of runes and stuff, so if I have the resources to upgrade stuff, I've got the souls.
Greetings. Are you here for...
Hells, yes. Oh, so we do have the stuff. I just need to give myself some runage.
Greetings. Are you here for...
I very am. Yeah, upgraded poppies. Let's go.
Well, I took you for dead. No matter it's loud.
I've been dead several times, mate. Don't even worry about it. Is it still plus 10 is like the max you can do for... Oh, we need more smithing stones. Is it still max 10 is like the what you can do as absolute peak for your swords? Okay, sorry. But yeah, that was a ton of fun. And I'm looking forward to doing more, like, the invasion hour with Will. Maybe that's what we'll do in the future as kind of like, for like the final hour, if you will. I'm just sorry I've got to stop playing for a bit. My hands have been doing real well of late, but... Oh, okay, so it's plus 25 for normal weapons. 10 for somber. Alright. Well, I can't see a situation in which I don't want the fucking gut sword to be beefcakey. Friends, I've got screenshots from, like, Dark Souls 2 launch week of me with my big beefy sword. Fearless says, might I recommend the Sword Dance Ashes? Okay. Go, talk to our mate over here. If I will, no, you will. Me ankles. Well played.
Back already, no matter.
You were saying... Sword Dance. I don't think I've gotten that yet. So that's something we can work towards in the next session. Yeah, nothing so far. You can buy them from the guy at the War Master's shack. Oh, the guy who's like ruddy obsessed with Okay. I think my hands can handle that. It's this bloke, right? Wait, Sorceress Sorel. Oh yeah, she's in the underground. No, he's up this way. No, that's a nomadic merchant. There we go. Alexander, the warrior Jarl. No, further west? Alright, well. Sorry! Oh, beans. Sorry, I've got to hop out the tunnel first before we can... Alexander's Potman. Okay. Jar Potman. Got it. Okay, further west. So there's the nomadic merchant. There we go, War Master Shack. Well, MDH, when I pulled up the map, it didn't want me to teleport anywhere. So, I know what I'm doing. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Hello. Glad to see you to learn.
Right. So what have we got? Upward cut, kick, endure, war cry, parry, Stormblade. Maybe I should just learn how to kick people. It's no worry. Whoever that was roaring out there in the distance. Anyway. let's head back to the Knights at Round Table, and we can bring this whole thing to a close. As much as it pains me, friends, I would love to keep going. I'm just, we do have Pacific Drive tomorrow, and I don't want to push my hands past the point where they're like in trouble. I did take painkillers and stuff, and they're not cutting the mustard. So, boo on the body's limitations. Yes, Legend, you are indeed correct. This is where we can do routines and footwork. Impeccable. We dine well here in Camelot. We eat ham and jam and spamalot. Okay. So, friends, thank you for an excellent day. Thank you for duels and battles. Fearless not only managed to take my 100 death, but also the Yaldum. So well done. Yeah, as we careen closer to GDC week, I just thank you all for your patience with me. I have definitely been getting stressed beyond the point which the human body should really have to endure. But that's just where we are right now. So, seriously, all of you, thank you. Again, bits and donations are extremely fucking welcome at the moment. As we try and just, survive till 25, right? I don't have that was 2 weeks ago, that was a term I heard in BizDev, and since then has become my mantra. So yeah. I don't know what else to say. It's been a lovely day. You'll let me talk about the sexy character matrix, run around Elden Ring. Apparently, I find gargoyles more stressful than large swaths of this world. Well, I've had a great time. Oh. Actually, Legend, emotional support cheese sounds real fucking good at this moment. Well, Legend, I try and be worth it. So, what to know? Again, we're back with Pacific Drive tomorrow. Friday is not going to be traditional Sea of Thieves, and that may be a Saturday. But either way, Saturday is going to be last adventure before GDC, so we'll see what that looks like. And yeah, it's going to get weird next week. I'm going to try and stream if I can from GDC, or try and send you some videos. And I'll let the mods know if I'm able to put any stuff up or chat with any friendos. Yeah, sorry friends. I've told you all my great tales, Now I gotta sort all this stuff out. What I want to try and do is get this area clean so I can test out the graphics card that Kyle has sent us to see if we can get that going. But it is a cavalcade of animal hair in here, so that is not a simple method. And Lizzie, up to you all. It's no secret that I'm struggling at the moment, but no matter how bad shite is, and no matter how much it's fucking weighing on me, getting to spend my days chatting with you lot, getting to play incredible games, seminal fucking works, and talk about everything that's brilliant and wonderful about them. That's the fucking best. I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record. Sorry if it seems like I'm doing a bit the old Jerry fucking Springer at the end of streams, but I do feel like this. You're trading the mighty shrimp. Alright. Shrimp v sword, let's go. Okay. No, just all of you, thank you. Once again, I hope I do enough to be worth all the cash that you lot put in and the time you spend here. So, thank you. If you see me on Discord later, just come say hi. Alright. That is enough from me. Let me say my thank yous, and then as we can pass on the favour from both Mighty Cow and from Jetman J, we can go raid into some cool people. Though I will say, if you want to natter with my dumb self tomorrow, coming in early for the stream, because I am obsessed with Pacific Drive, and I get really absorbed by that game. So I'm Vio, and the Bayou Diplomat. It's lovely to make your acquaintance. Thank you for following. I hope we get to chat some more. To Captain Stephanie Barnes, Ishkar, and Akira Zero. Thank you kindly for the subs. I think they were all like 20 plus to 65 sprees, which is fucking brilliant. To Eriman, Vanderbeest, Legend of Moraid, Pun Spectre, I've got to move the thing. Pun Spectre, Some Numbers, I'm a Voa, J Post, Bacon Avenger, Dust in Your Eyes, Fearless Sun, Wheeler Dealer, and Scarred in Alaska. Thank you all. Like I said, bits and donations are what keep us fucking going. Your moderator today was a trifecta of Caffeine, Lizzie T Power, and Rhymes of Moose. And as I said, we were fucking graced with raids from both Marty Cow and Jetman J, which is really fucking cool. Now, let's see what lovely friendos we have kicking about. To those of you from the Vodosphere, this is a message from the past, delivered to the future. Okay. Oh wow, we are fucking spoiled for choice tonight. Alright, so I got 3 choices, a little smorgasbord if you will. So, I have one friendo who is building a streaming engine inside of Unreal. I have one friendo who is dancing through the Case of the Golden Idol. And I have some newer friendos that are playing Coral Island. So, you want mystery, you want game dev, or you want the beach? What suits your fancy? Lizzie would like the Golden Idol. I think you've guessed already who I'm talking about, but I'm trying to keep it vague. Ah, heck it. You know what, Lizzie? You were quickest on the draw, and I don't need an excuse to head over to go hang out. It's our good friend Paul, or Paulacino, who is one of the writers on Pacific Drive, and has been a fucking industry cool kid for ages. It is weird that he knows who I am. But yeah. Friends, just fucking thank you for a great time. I hope you have the bloody best of evenings. So yeah, if you haven't met Paul, stick around, hang out. They're fucking lovely. And yeah, for some reason he's got a Pikachu hat on, which is a thing, I guess. Oh. No, just seriously, friends, thank you for a fucking great day. Needed that. Really needed that. And again, I'm sorry my hands crapped out before my energy did, but tis what it is. Hey! And whoever that was, fucking thank you. Cheeky buggers. Right! Love to you all. If I manage to make it into Discord later, come say hi. Otherwise, I will see all of your lovely selves for the Pacific Northwest tomorrow. Other than that, have a fucking great rest of your night, and to be continued. Onward! Haven't yelled that in ages.